each and everyone on this beautiful morning. I, Anita Singh, Assistant Professor of Computer Application Department, welcome you all to the highly anticipated 4th International E-Conference on Computing in Data Science 2023 in collaboration with CII, YI, NCFT, EcoRoots, Academic International Partner with Zihan University, Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers, participants, and scholarly delegate, a heartfelt welcome to you all. We have all assembled here for the grand event, the 4th International E-Conference on Computing and Data Science. We are honored to have all of you here today as we embark on this incredible journey of the knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. This conference serves as a platform for expert researchers and professionals to discuss breakthrough, share experience, and foster meaningful connections.
I, Ajay Kumar, Assistant Professor in Computer Application Department. Now, this is the time for lamp lighting. As we know that lighting is definitely on the most important aspect of an event. It can give ambience to an event space as well as tie together. Now, I would like to invite all the dignitaries sitting here kindly come to the stage for lamp lighting. Please. Thanks to all for gracing with your esteemed presence. Before we proceed, let us take a moment to express our heartiest thanks to IPEM group of institutions established in 1996. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed founder of IPEM group of institutions, Dr. B.S. Goel. He was a legend for us, and his vision to motivate us for enhance the knowledge in various research area. I take this privilege to thank Mr. Anupam Goel, Secretary of IPEM Group of Institutions, Dr. Sugandha Goel, Executive Director of IPEM Group of Institutions, Colonel Dr. A.S. Malhotra, Director General of IPEM Group of Institutions.
Now, without further ado, let us begin the International E-Conference where mind will meet, ideas will collide, and solution will be born. To inaugurate this remarkable event, we would like to invite
Mr. Krishna Kansal, Head of Department Computer Application, please come on podium and address the Computer Application Department and 4th International E-Conference. Please, sir.
Yes, sir.
I, Krishna Kansal, on behalf of our Petro, Mr. Anupam Goyalji, Director General, Colonel A.S. Malhotra, Executive Director, Dr. Sugandha Goyal, Dean Academics, Mr. Shashank Chaudhary, the Computer Application Faculty, staff, and students of the Computer Application Department, and honorable speakers and participants. Welcome you all who have joined us on Zoom or YouTube, and wish you a very good morning or appropriate greetings as per the time zone in the area from where you are participating in this 4th International E-Conference. Advanced and emerging applications in computing and data science. We are indeed privileged to welcome our international speakers, Professor Brian A. Baski, Professor of a Graduation School, University of California, Berkeley, USA. Professor Letar Flay, Department of Computer Science, Zihan University, Irving. Professor Mohammad Salim Hamidi, Vice Chancellor, Zihan University, Kabul. Professor Uttam Karki, Department of Computer Science and IT, Nepal College of Management, Kathmandu University, Nepal. We are also privileged to welcome Dr. Rahul Kataria, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Delhi Technological University, New Delhi, India. Dr. Ramesh Babu Gatula, Department of Computer Engineering, Malviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, India. Most importantly, the paper presenters who have submitted their research papers for sharing the same at this international e-conference. We greatly appreciate their efforts. We are very happy to state that there has been an overwhelming response from the academicians, research scholars, practicing professionals for submission of papers, both from India and abroad, across all the continents. We are grateful to all of you for this. We also welcome all those who are attending this international e-conference on this very important and upcoming theme and sub-themes. I am sure all of us will gain a lot. All the papers have been checked for plagiarism and reviewed by the expert, and only the selected papers are being presented in the e-conference. So I request all the participants to please remain connected through Zoom or YouTube as the case may be throughout the proceedings of the conference. Now, for the benefit of international and national participants from other parts of India, let me say a few words about the IPM group of institutions, which is hosting this international e-conference. The institute is located at Ghaziabad, adjacent to New Delhi, the capital of India, and comes under the National Capital Region, NCR. The institute was established by late Dr. E.S. Goyal with over 55 years of teaching and research experience in 1996, and now we are in our 28th year of existence. The institute conducts professional UG and PG courses in the areas of management, information technology, education, and law, all with the approval of the confirmed professional body and affiliation to the universities. Ever since its inception, the IPM, which is NAC A grade accredited institute, is known for its student-centric approach in teaching and discipline, and has had very good results and placements, and thus been ranked among the top few institutes in the NCR. As mentioned earlier, we at IPM have been holding seminar, conferences, webinars, and workshops at regular intervals to professionals, experts, This e-conference is a continuation of the same. Based on our experience of conducting international e-conference in physical form as well as to electronic modes, we feel that the electronic mode is likely to stay as the mode of conducting such international e-conference in future. Finally, I would like to once again welcome and convey our best wishes, honorable international and national speakers, paper presenters, and attendees from across the world, and the convener, co-conveners, and all those who work behind the scene for the success of this international e-conference. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for gracing with your presence. Now it's time to start our plenary session of international and national speakers. The session chair and in charge of this plenary session are Mr. Mukul Vashne, convener of AEACDS 2023, and Mr. Atul Sharma, speaker coordination of AEACDS 2023. Our first international keynote speaker of plenary session is Dr. Brian Abaski, Professor Emeritus of Computer Science at Vision Science University of California, Berkeley, USA. Professor Brian is a professor of the Graduate School at the University of California, Berkeley, where he is a veteran and Missouri Minor Faculty Fellow in Engineering and Ethics, and he has various professional and social responsibilities. He has been published various research papers, and their research interests are photography, contact lens design, computer methods for optometry and ophthalmology, image synthesis, and related various fields. I would like to invite Professor Brian Abaski for deliver the keynote address, inspiring and captivating the audience with their word of wisdom and expertise.
Oh, hello, can you hear me? Okay. Just one thing, we had agreed it would not be recorded. It's saying it's being recorded. Is that possible?
Recording off.
Thank you very much. So you can hear me okay, I hope, everybody? Is it right? And I hope you can see the screen. So thank you very much. I wish very much that I could be there in person in India. That would be a pleasure. I've had many wonderful trips in the past. I'm going to talk a little bit today about an unusual topic related to the ethics of engineering. This is related to the Boeing 737 MAX, an airplane that crashed, unfortunately, 2 times shortly after it was begun a flight. First time was in October 2018 in Jakarta, Indonesia, and nobody survived. 5 months later, a very similar situation happens in Ethiopia, and again, unfortunately, nobody survives. I have a personal connection to this because my friend's granddaughter died in the aircraft accident, and you can see her in the upper left. And this is what got me interested in this. This is her mother actually at a meeting in Washington talking directly to the CEO of Boeing and telling her a little bit what she thinks about the situation. And the reason is what I want to get across to you is that a lot of people think that this problem was a software issue, and that's only a very small part of the full story. Indeed, there was very bad software on the airplane, and it's important that we understand that. The importance and bigger issues of having software that can take over flight, can do automated, can be automated software, but the problem is much broader than that. It's a problem that the aircraft itself has a flawed aerodynamic design, and this software is actually on board to overcome that. So in some sense, the underlying problem is the bad design of the airplane. It began because of trying to compete with Airbus, which back in 2010 was developing an aircraft that would be much more fuel efficient with a larger engine. And this is a picture where you can see the original aircraft and the newer one, and it's not that easy to tell, but the engine in the newer one has a larger diameter. But there's not much of a problem here because it can fit onto the wing quite well. Where the problem comes in, I'm going to skip ahead here, is that compared to the Boeing 737, you can see that this is the Airbus on the left, that there's a much lower wing, and there's not enough room to put a larger engine on. This is where the problem is. Here's the original Boeing 737 from 50 years ago, and you can see how different the engines were back then. Now we have these engines that are much larger in diameter because that increases the fuel efficiency, but there's not enough room to fit it under the wing. And you can see how the engine is far forward here. And what happens with this is that far forward engine, I think somebody may be talking and it's breaking up for me.
Slides
Oh,
aren't being shown.
the slides are not being shown. I have the sharing screen here. Let me try again. Are they being shown now?
No, sir. Yeah, it's visible now.
Now it's visible?
Now it's visible.
Thank you. So do you, I can recap very quickly what I was showing you. This I first talked about the very tragic crashes in Indonesia and Ethiopia. I then showed the family of the young woman who perished in the crash, who's a family friend of mine, her mother talking to the CEO, as I mentioned in Congress, discussed the fact that it's not really a software issue. And I was showing you the original, the Airbus airplane here. And let me just go forward and comparing it to the 737 MAX. The root of the problem is the low wing not accommodating a larger engine. And comparing the original 737 MAX from the mid-1960s to today, and you can see how the engines have changed, and there's not enough room to put this kind of engine on underneath the wing, so it comes further forward and a little bit higher. The problem with that design is that aerodynamically, the engine sitting in front acts as an additional wing, and this creates a problem where there's a pitch up. You can see my hand, a pitch up like this of the front of the airplane. And this is extremely dangerous because if an airplane undergoes that kind of pitch up, it can lose the ability to stay aloft and come crashing down. As a result of that, Boeing created software that would adjust the trim, the horizontal stabilizer trim in the back of the airplane that would bring the airplane nose down. The issue with this is that how does the software know to do this? It takes input from a sensor. And even though this aircraft had two sensors on board, one on either side, because of the legacy of this old aircraft, the difficulty of reconfiguring it to be a modern aircraft, it was very difficult to take data from both of these sensors. It took data only from one sensor. And the sensor, if it failed, was giving erroneous, wrong information to the software, which would then erroneously push the nose down when the plane was already in level flight, and that would cause this problem of sadly of a crash. Even two sensors, one might argue, is not really enough in terms of the redundancy that should be required in an aircraft. The situation is worse and worse because this software system, which went by the name of MCAS, Maneuvering Characteristic Augmentation System, this information was not provided thoroughly to the American Civil Aviation Authority, called the Federal Aviation Administration. In fact, it was deliberately withheld, which is really a terrible, terrible story. That means that they didn't have that information. The problem I already talked about that. So let me just go forward because we have very little time. I traveled to Indonesia and met with the head of the Accident Investigation Committee there to get firsthand information. One of the things I try to emphasize to my students is the importance of having firsthand information, not secondhand information, not hearing something from somebody else. And he told me directly that the pilots in the first crash of the Lion Air flight had no idea that this software was on board. This software that was so powerful and took over the aircraft, and they had no idea. This is extraordinary information, and why I'm so passionate about trying to disseminate or get this information out to as many people as I can in the world. This was, again, deliberately done on the part of Boeing, and the reason for that was they were trying to tell the pilots that they could fly this aircraft even if they had. Question?
ठीक है वीडियो कॉल भी कर दिया तो मैं वीडियो कॉल पे देखो हाँ देख रहे हाँ ठीक है थर्ड यूनिट सबसे लॉन्ग यूनिट थर्ड यूनिट लिखिए नंबर
I'm hearing some voices, but I'm not able to understand. Can you understand me?
Some network problem. Please, you can continue. Carry on, Dr. Brian. Carry on.
Carry on?
Yeah.
Oh,
Professor
okay.
Brian, please tell.
I'm sorry. I thought somebody was telling me there was a technical problem. Thank you. I'm glad to know you're listening. So anyway, the idea is that the 737, being this very old aircraft, the airlines have a business motivation to say that the pilots can fly the same aircraft, but this aircraft was significantly different. And there was the problem. So Boeing wanted to say that it was very similar, and that would enable them to not have flight simulator training for pilots who would now fly the 737 MAX. Again, another egregious, tragic aspect of the story, because they need that flight simulator training. They even offered an airline $1 million for every airplane if they did have to require the simulation training. This is the type rating that I'm talking about, just to show you that they could fly any 737. The problem goes further, because not only is Boeing really behaving badly, but our government, through the Civil Aviation Authority, again called the Federal Aviation Administration in the United States, was enabling this, was allowing this to happen. That they were relying on Boeing to, in some sense, self-certify the aircraft, not do enough independent checking of things. And that's a big problem, and something else that I want to get across to people to understand this issue. So the first problem is that the FAA is not being careful enough in checking the aircraft to allow it to fly. A second problem is that Boeing withheld information, which was actually fraudulent in that action of not providing that information. And then even after the first crash, the FAA continues to behave in a way that I would personally say is rather abhorrent, very bad, because they did not ground the aircraft after the first crash or even after the second crash right away. As a matter of fact, I believe India grounded it far sooner than did the FAA. It took them several days to to actually ground the airplane. It was not grounded until 3 days after the second crash in Ethiopia, which is what I'm referring to here. After that, the FAA ungrounded it in November of 2020, and they did add some information, some requirements to the airplane to make it safer. They are now using the two angle of attack is what it's called, the two sensors instead of one. They have a light that will illuminate if there is a disagreement between the two sensors. They have reduced the power of this system. One other thing, because I have such limited time, I'm skipping over so many things that I want to say, but one thing I did skip that I'd like to go back to just to tell you a little more detail. Another aspect of complexity was that this software system actually had multiple versions. There was an initial version, and somebody saying something, or should I just go on? Oh, there's a question. Let me take the question. I'm very happy to take a question. Somebody had a question. I saw a hand go up. I am so sorry. I really am not hearing. So I guess I will continue talking and hope that you're hearing me. I don't know. Maybe you can type into the chat what you are starting to tell me because I cannot understand. I do not hear, and I don't know if you're hearing me. I'm typing into the chat now.
You're being heard, Professor Barsky.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Please
Okay. So what I was trying to say was that the initial software, I will continue talking and assume that the sounds are okay. The initial software was found to only cover certain situations. The Boeing found that this pitch up problem could occur in some other situations as well. They subsequently modified the MCAS system and they made it more powerful, but they did not tell the FAA about that difference. So the FAA only knew about the initial system. The second system, which was actually the one that was put on board the commercial aircraft, was unknown to the FAA. That's a fraudulent act, many of us would say. Okay, so that's an issue. In the new airplane that flies today, there are limitations put on the MCAS system. So it does not, it's not able to be as powerful as it was on the airplanes that crashed. So these are some improvements, and that's good. The problem is that there's still some concerns. For example, I mentioned already that there are only two of these sensors. If the two sensors disagree, obviously, from a logical standpoint, we can only conclude that at least one, if not both of them, is wrong, but we have no way of knowing which one is right if we just look at that data by itself. It would be better to have at least a third sensor that could provide that information and we would then see if two sensors agreed and one disagreed, the probability is high that the two sensors that have the same answer or similar answers would be correct. Airbus actually has three sensors in its aircraft, and it does not have such a system as powerful as this in any case. There's also the question that in the new system, the new aircraft, if MCAS, if there is this disagree situation that occurs, MCAS shuts down for the remainder of the flight. This raises the question about what happens if there is a pitch up later on. We don't know the answer to this question. So this raises the last part of what I want to talk to you about, which is that several of us have been pursuing trying to ask the FAA these kinds of questions. And in the United States, there is something called the Freedom of Information Act, which enables people to ask the government questions about what they are doing, and they are, in theory and principle, supposed to respond. We have provided these kinds of questions because we're concerned about what the FAA what data and testing the FAA has done to be able to determine that the aircraft is actually safe today. Unfortunately, the response that we get, and I hope you can see this slide, looks like this. They have blacked out and the entire page after page, claiming that this would reveal confidential trade secrets of Boeing if they were to reveal it to the public, thereby sadly preventing us from being able to get the answers that we seek to do an independent study of the safety of this aircraft. A couple of more things, I know I have very little time, is that there was an agreement entered into with the Department of Justice, interestingly enough, at the very, very end of the Trump administration, literally in the last days, on January 5 and January 6 of 2021. And this agreement, although on the one hand provides what seems like a lot of money, has a lot of very disconcerting aspects to it. One of them is that if you actually break down the money that was being awarded in this agreement, you find that actually the penalty is only a small portion of it, and that most of the money was in fact going to airlines, which probably would have been able to recoup that money with their own lawsuits anyway. And the penalty, which still sounds like a lot of money, $243,600,000, $1,000, but actually, if you compare that to the price of a 737 MAX airplane, it comes out to be almost exactly just 2 airplanes. So out of these many, many airplanes, this is really not a very significant penalty for Boeing to be paying for such a horrible situation. So there are some concerns, and furthermore, well, I'll leave that to get to it. This is a picture of some of the family members. Again, if you can see my cursor, this is Nadia Milleron, the mother of the young woman that I showed you before, and a friend of mine. These people are very active, thank goodness, trying to bring some justice to this situation, and they are trying to have that deferred prosecution agreement that I mentioned before be overturned. It's very difficult to fight a powerful company like this in this situation. So I'll stop at that point, and I hope you can hear me, and I'd be very happy to take any questions, and I hope I can hear you.
Any questions from audience?
Does anybody have any question?
I'll just mention while you're thinking about your questions on my last slide, for any of you who are interested, there is a Smithsonian Channel documentary. It's available in the United States and maybe around the world, I hope, on Amazon Prime, called 10 Steps to Disaster, the 737 MAX. I participated in this documentary, and one thing I do like about it is that it discusses not only the Boeing aspect, but also the FAA aspect as well. Both of these are covered in that documentary.
Any questions?
It's a very complex topic. I'm sorry that I have to go so quickly, but I know you wanted me to talk for only about 15
I have,
minutes.
hello,
Yes,
Professor
please.
Baski. I have one question.
Please.
How this correction can be made in order to overcome this problem?
Would you mind to be a little bit more specific as to which problem you mean?
The problem is specifically, you will tell the problem, software problem, how the correction can be made for this software problem. There is some algorithm should be written into the airplane engine, or some type of corrections that will be made to avoid this kind of
Okay. All
problem.
right. Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. So if I may, let me sort of answer a slightly different question first, and then I promise you I'll try to answer what I understand your question to be. The first thing I'd like to say is that in some sense, what I would really like to emphasize here is that even though we are thinking about computer science, this is not primarily an issue that we should think about from a computer science standpoint and the software and the algorithm, although I promise you I will discuss it in a moment. I would like to get across the point that this is an issue of engineering ethics. This is an issue of a company and also the government going forward for profit motives and doing things that were clearly not reasonable, not safe, not right for human beings, and that what I want people to take away from this primarily is maybe not the technical part, but this ethical piece, that as we have our students work in companies, that they try to be concerned about these kinds of decisions that are being made. Having said that, I can give you a simple example of how I would have liked to see the software be better. So one thing I didn't show you because I was trying to be fast, but I'm going to show it to you right now because it's a great answer to your question, but I have to go back on the slides for a moment. I'm sorry. Here we go. This is actually information from what's called the flight data recorder, sometimes called the black box, from the Ethiopian crash. And it shows the what the AOA, these sensors were reporting at the time of the crash. And it shows us that the sensor which failed, which we can see on top, I hope you can see my cursor, that even having only one sensor, we see that all of a sudden it changed its information very abruptly. It said that the aircraft had an angle of attack, and I didn't quite get to explain that. So I'm going to go back for a second since I seem like I have a little bit of time. This is the angle between the trajectory of the aircraft and the angle that it's making. And it was measuring it. And I'm going to show you one more little thing too. I'm so sorry. I got a little bit of time. This sensor is very simple. It's just like a little weather vane that you might see on a barn in a farm, and it shows you the direction of the wind. It's really all that it is. It's a very, very simple sensor. So this angle of attack sensor that is the root of the problem went within less than a second from reporting an angle of attack of 12 degrees to 75 degrees. Now, even if you are not an aviation expert, and even if everything I'm telling you today is very new, I think that you are very capable of understanding that tons and tons of aircraft, by the basic laws of physics, do not in a fraction of a second change an angle from 12 degrees to 75 degrees. If such a thing were to really happen in real life, the airplane would be disintegrating. So now my answer to your question, why wasn't there a simple couple of lines of code at the beginning of the system that say, keep track of the change in what's being reported 1 second ago and now. And if we see a change which is not physically realizable, that we have bad data and do not act upon it. That illustrates to me just how poor this software was. I hope that answers the question, and I apologize for the earlier part that is for me of paramount importance, the ethics of the issue.
Dr. Brian,
Yes,
I have one question.
please.
Your presentation was really awesome. That's first thing. The second thing is like, I am doing research work on data mining, So maybe not now, but later on, I will discuss with you how to make the predictions, based on your topic. How can we forecast something like a forecasting based on the data that we have, maybe using some tool like Python or R. I hope you understand.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we can certainly have a discussion later on.
Yes, that's what it really interests me. Thank you. Anybody else has any question?
Oh, I see a hand up from Reena Sharma.
Please carry on. Reena Sharma, please carry on your question.
Morning, Dr. Brian. I just wish to know a little more about the black box because in case of any kind of an accident or a hazard in the air, the black box is generally retrieved. So, could you just elaborate a little bit on the black box which you talked about? I need a little bit of clarity about the black box. Aircraft is like a
So my understanding is that on aircraft, there are actually, to be correct, really two such so-called black boxes, and that's just a colloquial term. One of them is a voice recorder, and it records all of the audio, the discussion that's happening in the cockpit. So you can hear the pilots, you can hear air traffic control, all of the discussions that's happening, and one pilot saying to another, oh my goodness, we are diving, Why is the instrument saying this over here, etc.? You hear the voice recorder. The other one is the one that we're talking about right here, the flight data recorder. And the flight data recorder records many, many, many systems, all these different systems, and that's part of what we're seeing here. And in fact, what we see here, I'd be a little even more correct to show this to you. I showed you the black line, which was the sensor that was feeding into the software system. What's really interesting and also tragically sad is this green line shows me the AOA sensor that was not feeding into the system. And look at how stable that is because it was reporting accurate information. Had the system taken that information, the airplane would never have crashed. So to answer your question more broadly, all of these different pieces, the height of the flaps, the height of the rudder, the angles, many, many, many parameters are kept track of, and this enables the accident investigators here in the United States. It's the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, in Jakarta, where you saw that I met there. There's the Indonesian version. Each country has these types of investigative boards. This is different from the Civil Aviation Authority, but they are able to reconstruct quite effectively what was happening, second by second by second to the lead up of the accident to try to understand what's going on. And of course, these boxes are constructed in incredibly sturdy ways so that they generally survive the crash, which is quite amazing. They usually have a little beacon that sends out a sound, and so that enables the accident investigators to retrieve them, and they generally are found even in the depths of water if they can generally be found in most cases. I hope that answers your question, Ms. Sharma.
Thanks, Dr. Brian. So I just wanted on that green line, which you are just talking about on that page. Does it signify human error or technical fault?
Okay. So this is really a technical fault, right? It's a technical fault. The sensor provided erroneous, incorrect data. So that's technical. And the system, the software, as I've described to you, in my opinion, is not very adequate. So it didn't do the right thing, and it caused these. It caused what I showed quickly, the horizontal stabilizer to change in a way that it should not have been doing under these conditions and caused it to crash. So this is really technical, and I think that's an important thing to realize because another sort of subtle, maybe political aspect of this is the desire among the aircraft company and the airlines to try to sometimes blame pilots, sadly, who may have perished in the accident very unfairly. And it's very important to say, because a few people did try to say that here, including Boeing early on. Early on, they tried to blame the pilots. It's very important to say that in both of these air crashes, these pilots did the correct things. In the first air crash, they were totally unaware of the existence of the software.
We are running with time. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brian.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this is nice presentation, Dr. Brian. Thank you from your side. And we are honored to have you as a guest in our conference. Thank you, Dr. Brian.
Thank you so very much. My pleasure.
Thank you, Professor Baski, for that enlightening presentation. Your words have surely sparked our imagination and ignited our passion for exploring new frontiers. Thank you, Professor Baski, so much.
Thank you again very much for having me.
Our next national speaker is Professor Rahul Kataria, Senior Member of IEEE, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Delhi Technological University. Professor has been internationally selected and represented India for various titles in the world. British Scientist 2020 in Russia, Young Research Scientist Sukara, Science Exchange Program 2020 Japan, elected as a member of Asia Pacific Artificial Intelligence Association and has selected as a World of Scientist in 2020, 21, 22, 23 in Stanford University, USA. Their research interests are big data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchaining, deep learning, knowledge discovery, and related various fields. I would like to invite Professor Rahul Kataria. We look forward to their rich presentation. Sir,
Professor Rahul Kataria, are you there? Hello. Professor Kataria, please unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Professor Kataria, please on your camera.
Yes. I hope I'm visible.
yes, sir, yes.
Okay. Please give me the permission.
Permission. Yes, sir, done.
Yeah, Professor Kataria, please share your screen.
Yes, I'm sure. Array,
Sir, please share your screen. Sir, are you audible?
my screen visible? My screen is there?
Yes, it is visible. Professor Kataria, please make it in slideshow mode and continue.
Good. So good morning all. I am Professor Rahul Kataria, and today I will discuss that how to write good papers for the journals as well as how to write a good projects. So because this is very a demand in the demand that you should how to write a good papers whenever you are doing a master's or your PhD. So this is my short brief that how we are doing with this AI and the machine learning. I have a lab with that is working with the big data analytics and web intelligence lab. And this is my short introduction that already has explained. So these are my research areas where we are working, the big data analytics, AI, the machine learning, blockchain, social networks, recommender system, and the competition intelligence, multimedia, human analytics. We have also filed the patents and the associated with various SCI and SCI journals. So these are our research projects where we have submitted and also completed and contributed to the society. The first one is related to the high performance computing that was submitted with the CDAC Pune, and we with the central government and the various government institutes, we are collaborating and plan to set up a high performance system in our campus. So this will be the first center in the North India that we are looking for. Second project we completed with the DST as a PI that how to recommend the travel advisory whenever the pandemic or such type of situation arises. We are also involved in various project related to this Samsung, where how that skin disease prediction with the for example, in the teenagers, they are facing various skin problems. So how to deal with this? So this type of project we are working with the DTU Samsung collaboration. So my motive to show these projects, patent and publication slide is that so that you can get the idea that how we are working and how you should be motivated whenever you're going with that. So what is scientific writing? Basically, whatever work you are doing, for example, you are even a BTech student are publishing good SCI papers here in DTU. So whenever you are planning to publish a good paper, it is basically not a one-day job. It's a continuous effort when we are going with that. So you plan something with that, what research topic and what research area you're looking for, because this is the first and base and what is the primary objective when you are going with this. Because you have to search latest trend, what exactly is going on. For example, you're going with the application, for example, healthcare analytics or a disaster management or social network analysis. So whatever you are taking, then you have to go with more in detail that what is left now and what is in demand. So you proceed with that. Make sure that you have good data sets that are available in a public as well as in private in the sum of synthetic form. So whether you are trying to work with already publicly available data sets, or whether you are trying to download, or whether you are to collect that data. So what is scientific writing is that you have, what was your purpose initially? You had to explain to the society that it should be clear, simple, as well as it be totally be transparent, so that whatever with the reader around the globe is can understand what we are talking about. So I will not go in much in detail, but I can give you just a overview that origin of scientific writing was not in a nowadays, but in a historical. If you see that we have various approaches and methodologies of around the world that how they preserve their scientific approaches, even their languages, their methods in terms of some. You're talking something? So this is the general history that how that scientific writing was there in a historical form. So if we are proceeding with the scientific writing, then this approach you should consider the IMRAD, means the introduction to be very crystal clear and crispy, so that any unknown reader. For example, if a student from a mechanical or a civil or electrical, and you are from a computer science, and your paper is computer science or interdisciplinary area, so that student can understand what exactly you are trying to say. So it should be very clear and crispy, so that his or her interest should be increased for the entire manuscript or paper. Second point that will come, the methods. What are the methods you have applied, and what were the major part you have described? So that will come under the methods, and what you have concluded in the from that research will come into the result part, and finally will give the discussion that what is left and what you have done. So this is a very general approach whenever you are going uh, with the publication part. So when we're going with the computer science research, that is going with the more in detail with the literature review. That is the thing. And another thing is that when we are going with the approach and technology and the algorithm. So if you are going with the deep learning, and if you are going to the machine learning, then there you have to explain some basic approaches. Then what novelty and what new approach you have proposed, that will come in another section. So this is general idea that I'm trying to say. So this is the approach. The I stand for introduction, M for methods, result, and discussion. So scientific paper is definitely depends upon what type of content you have. So if you sometimes we are confused at the UG stage, at the PG students also confused with what is the difference between conference and journal. So conference is basically a whatever recent, what exactly is going on in your area, and you have some limited information, and we have to show to the world that this is going on nowadays, and quickly want to publish. So this is the approach you can apply in the conference. But when you have a systematic explanation, proper algorithms, and proper justification in your hand, then you should proceed with your journals. So this is the difference that you can understand with the conference journals. So there are proper indexing of conferences as well as journals, as most of the people will be curious about the journals. Yes, the journals are, most of the demand is the SCI and SCIE. So SCI and SCI, the reference is the expanded library. So you should choose, because in your university, the mandatory part for even getting a good grade in BTech also is the SCI publication. So at the UG level, we are working with the SCI publications, and even masters and PhD, this is already a requirement. So scientific paper is very, very important whenever going, you are planning your research. So whenever you are going with the scientific paper, so what you are trying to do is the observations, whatever observation you have tried, what experiments you have done, some intellectual process, and the impact. What is your USPs? You have to include in your paper. And finally, you should consider your research, that how that other part of the world and outside the world will be benefited with this. So if I'm saying because when you are going with because madam has given a very limited time, but I will try to include how you convert your research to get a research project, because government nowadays is demanding that whatever publication or whatever work you are doing, your work should be reflected, and your work should be helpful for the society, even for the end users. Nowadays, the projects are totally demanding with the collaboration of industry plus university plus the peer group, whatever who are working with that. So what I will suggest to the audience, that if you are planning to submit a paper with, then you should looking for with that your paper is not a single for going for submission for the conference journal, but also take a base as that extension of this paper should be included as a project work. So that's the point I'm looking for, that I want to share with you, that how you will get the projects. So, because your idea should be crispy and your idea should be represented in such a form that you should be comfortable to the work first of all, because if you are not comfortable, don't have any machinery, manpower, and the computation machines, because if you are working in the area of big data analytics, because nowadays data is increasing day by day, so you need a calculations. So you have uh, the manpower, the machines. Even if you are using the online the calculation mechanism, that is the Google Colab and all, then whether all these prerequisites you have, then you should proceed. Otherwise, you can put those observations in your project calls. So definitely, you have to see your paper with there are lots of tools are available, the Grammarly, to the Turnitin, to the iAuthenticate, and the various smart applications that are available in nowadays for writing and designing a diagram or even the tables in the graphs. So whenever you're going to start your writing a paper, you should consider that your records and your results should be ready, because without results, your implementation and your work will not be emphasized. So your results should be in your hand, whether you have done some study, whether you have proposed something, or whether you have uh, uh, you are planning to propose a novel work. So make tables. Definitely, tables will give you a summary of whatever work you have written in the paragraph. That will give you a short and crispy way. Graphs definitely will give you a clear picture what you're trying to say. For example, you have to design a block diagram. Block diagram, what it will give you, the overall observation what you have done so far. So prepare the different versions of your file, V1 to V2 and V3 with date wise. Date the file, revise your readings, and whatever novel point you are getting from the various survey, you point it out and save it. Later on, you can update it in your manuscript if the revision will come. So this is the some initial steps that you should consider when you are going to write a paper. Very similar, it will goes to the when you are going for a project. So these are the some basic parts. Maybe if you are from different background, uh, but mostly these are the basic ones that you should consider. So title. I have, because I am aware of that. You all are aware of that, how to uh, write all these things. But I will give a emphasize on this, that title is like a your home address, or it should reflect your personality. You can uh, match the title as a name. So if your title of a project or a paper is very clear, that what you are trying to say, then you definitely will you have to include the short and crispy title with the 15 keywords, 15 to 20 keywords, not more than this. Don't use any abbreviations. Don't use any confusing word that will create a confusion, that what you are trying. Sometimes, for example, in a mechanical engineering, computer science engineering, the approach, the abbreviations are same. So it will be difficult to understand. Abstract is like a movie trailer. Whenever you are planning to go and watch a movie, then how you should proceed, that whether should I go to watch that movie or not, then you have to include that abstract in such a way. The limit of abstract is around 250 to 400. It varies from journal to journal, conference and all. How to write an abstract? Abstract is like you have to start from very base, so that in the first 3 lines, it should be very crispy, and it should give a broader outcome or a general introduction, that what you are trying to say in which respect. And fourth to sixth line, you should include what was your original contribution. It should be very crispy, and you have to include those points which are very, very necessary. Which technique you, for example, you have used LSTM or any GAN or any deep learning approach you have used, then you should include in that why and what was the motivation behind it to use that. Next 8 to 10 lines should include your observation of the conclusion and the result part. That this was my result was this much of percentage was better than all, and finally in one line you should include the conclusion. So this was the approach that you should include. Introduction is an important part. You should start with the introduction with the thing that every reader is not comfortable what you are trying to say. So make him or her as comfortable that this is the part uh, we are trying to explain. So all the authors should include introduction as a very short and crispy. Make a major contribution part in a bullet form, at least 3 to 5 bullet points. And you should close this introduction just writing the last paragraph that in the introduction we discussed this and what you
Sorry,
do.
excuse me, Dr.
Yes,
Kataria.
yes.
I'm sorry, we are running short of time.
Okay. So
Sir, kindly conclude.
Kindly conclude.
We have lined up of speakers.
Okay,
So
okay.
kindly
I will
conclude, sir.
conclude in that. So this is the approach which you can consider when you are going with that. So I will not go into, I have very broader things, so I will go with that though. So I have to show, so this is the part of the patent when you are getting with this. So there are some startups, you can go with that. And so this is the part where I represented India 3 times, and with the help of the big data analytics we have used and the artificial intelligence. So this is very short time, but no problem. So thank you all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kataria, for nice talk. Sorry, we have a short time lined up of speakers.
No problem.
Please. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
As we move forward, now the next international keynote speaker is Professor Leth Arkley, Department of Computer Science, Xi'an University, Erbil. He is founder and director of Computer Science Department at Xi'an University. His specializations in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data mining. And he is also founder and director of Tawana High Institute of Computer Studies. We are honored to invite Professor Leth Arkley. Please share the knowledge with us. Professor Leth Arkley. Sir, are you in the meeting? Please share your screen.
Dr. Lath?
Yeah, Professor Lath, are you here? Okay. Yeah, Professor Lath, we can see you just on your camera and hello.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, Professor Lath, please.
Good
Okay.
morning. Please
Is
go ahead.
my
Please
voice
go
is
ahead.
it clear? Okay. Is my voice is clear for you?
Yeah, it's audible.
Okay. Let me share my screen with you. So you can see my screen now.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. So good morning for all. According to my time, my seminar will speak about tiny machine learning. Actually, I will focusing on applications of tiny machine learning. But before we all go in details about these applications, let me just start by introduction what we mean by a tiny machine learning. In reality, we will start by definitions of machine learning. And as you can see, with the simple definitions of machine learning, it's a branch of AI that enables system to learn and adapt to data like a human brain and gradually improve accuracy. But we are facing a very serious problem with machine learning because for two important reasons. One of them is computational resources. We need a huge amount of resources. And the second one uh, is power consuming. So is it the voice loud now? Is okay? Okay. So as you can see, when we are dealing with a tiny machine learning, actually we are dealing with three important, let me see the note that sent it from your conference. They're little louder. Okay. So when we
Professor
are
Lath,
dealing,
put your
yes,
slides in slideshow mode. Please,
so you can see my slide. Yes.
yeah, we can see your slides, but put your slides in slideshow mode. F5, sir, please do it.
Okay, let me wait for me. Is it okay now?
It's okay. Please continue.
Okay, so I will continue with my presentation. It's okay?
Yeah, please carry on. It's okay.
Okay. So as you can see, you are dealing with three important fields. We are dealing with machine learning, we are dealing with embedded system, and we will try to mix between them in order to create some new types of machine learning. We called it tiny machine learning. Actually, tiny machine learning to refer to the use of machine learning models in small and low power devices. This is important. It should be small and it also should be lower power devices, such a microcontroller or other embedded system. These devices are often found in everyday objects like a smartwatch, like fitness tracker, or even thousands of applications. So we will start with a machine learning. It's a type of computer program where the computer can be learned to make decisions or predict without being explicitly programmed. This is important. It's meaning there is no restrict program. There is no previous program. Nobody tell them to do that. They will do it by themselves. Instead of following fixed rules, this is important. Machine learning model can learn from data and improve performance over the time. Actually, when we go to a tiny machine learning or a tiny, it's meaning that the machine learn model are designed to be small and efficient. These models are lightness, how we can run the devices with a limited resources, so lower processing power, memory, and energy. What about embedded system? Embedded system or microcontroller are small computing devices that are built into other product or system in order to doing jobs like smartphone or any other small devices. So when we are talking about tiny machine learning, actually on in reality, we are trying to discuss how we can implement machine learning model in small and every devices to make it smarter. Okay, I will make it louder. To make it smarter and without using a previous programs. So time machine learning actually it's a field that's focusing on running machine learning algorithm directly on edge of devices of microcomputer. Actually, these algorithms have to be optimized to be able to run and such system starts with more low power. Now, there is a very simple example about tiny machine. For example, in our refrigerator, if we have some product, if we can put a camera, actually a tiny machine smart system can have ability to give me a suggestions about the meal that could be produced from what I have in my refrigerator. So we have an items, we have a camera, so and we have a model. That model can predict what are the meals that we can prepare from what I have in my refrigerator. Now, what are the benefits of tiny machine learning? Actually, they are reducing delay, they are energy efficiency, they are low bounds, they are data security independent from connectivity, and this is important for security. Now, uh, uh, when we are dealing with a machine learning, actually we are dealing with a deep neural network. We have input layer, header layer one, header layer two, header layer three, and we have output layer. To, to try to produce a tiny machine learning, this will not be suitable. We need to burn and this network and minimize it in order to have a ability to implement it in our tiny machine learning. The idea is now how we can minimize our network in order to have a ability to implement in a tiny and small devices, but we should still having the security and also the certainty. Now, how we can optimize machine learning in our device? First of all, we train the model, then we try to convert the model and have ability to then to transfer to optimize the model. Then we can deploy this model in any devices like Android or Linux or microcontroller. Then we try to run the models. Now, let us go to the main idea about how we can use these applications. One of the most first important applications, we called it visual and audio workaround. This is have idea there is a device that have a ability to detect an image, or a keyword for speaking. This is one of the most important applications of tiny machine learning. And the second one, we can predictive maintenance on industrials in machine using sensors that control industrial setting. And we can predictive maintenance, and also we can use data analysis and advanced technologies such sensors and machine learning algorithms to avoid costly and lifespan and improve safety in the workplace. Now, one of the most important nowadays for tiny applications is healthcare. It's meaning that we can have a small device, as you can see here, a small device. This is a small device that have ability and learn to 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 do actions that he doesn't learn about it. For example, if he is field or animal health monitoring. The most important uh, topic in tiny machine learning is the human interactive recognitions. As you can see, human interactive recognition system, it's meaning a system that have ability to make a recognitions for human behavior in order to, to do something. So imagining a smartphone or a smartwatch like a detective, it's trying to figure what you can do without telling the device that you are doing it. It's meaning a human active recognitions. It's dealing with with how the human will do something, then I can predict it. For example, if he is going upstairs or downstairs, and it's meaning that can do an actions. Another applications of tiny machine learning, it's in agriculture, and actually it's very important topic for tiny machine learning because it has a ability to tell farmer, for example, when the plants need a water. And think of tiny machine like a clever helper for a farmer. Tiny machine learning applications is making a small and simple computer smart enough to help out farming. For example, to find a disease or when our planets need a water, or also that have ability to understand the soil that needs to do the plants. And there is another applications of tiny machine learning example for traffics. And actually now it's very important field in tiny machine learning in transportation because we try to make a machine learning that make a little computer smart enough to help in transportation, like cars or bike. In transportation, these tiny smart devices can do things like recognizing when car need to brake or if a bicycle is about to turn. Instead of a person have to control everything, these little smart machines use the learning ability to understand what happened on the road. They might learn from pattern, like if you fast the vehicle is moving, and they can make a quick decision, like slowing down or stopping in sometimes. Tiny machine learning in transportation, it's like giving a small brain to the vehicle, helping them to understand and respond to what happened around them, making it travel safer and more efficiency. And another application of tiny machine learning is in our homes or in our building. For example, we are saying that we have a smart homes. For example, think about tiny machine learning as a little helper for building. Machine learning, a small and simple computer, is smart enough to assist and manage building. In building, these tiny smart devices can do things like adjustment the temperature, and they have ability to deal to control lights, or even predicting when maintenance might be need for equipment. So this kind of machine learning is very important applications in smart home. And as a conclusion, and sorry as I am very fast in my speaking because we have exam in our university and it's already start 5 minutes ago. Then the main conclusion, the main benefit of tiny machine learning is portability. They are portable. You can move it. You can take it with you whenever you need. And running a cheap microcontroller is important for us. And for tiny batteries and low power consumption, its meaning using tiny machine learning can easily integrate machine learning into virtual anything for chip. Tiny machine learning also has a benefit of increased security. Why it's increased security? Because tiny machine learning is work independent from cloud and internet. Any question?
Yeah, any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you, Professor Late, for this
Thank you
nice
very
talk
much.
on embedded systems.
I wish the best for all.
Okay, thank you, Professor Late.
Thank you, Professor Leta Play. Thank you so much for very influential knowledge.
Thank you very much.
Now, once again, as we move forward, now the next international keynote speaker is Professor Uttam Karki. He's a professor, Department of Computer Science and IT, Kathmandu University, Nepal, and his contribution in numerous research papers and articles. We are honored to invite Professor Uttam Karki. Please share the knowledge with us.
Thank you, Mugul sir. I'm audible.
Yeah, Professor Karki, you are audible. Kindly share your screen.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone, namaste and good morning. Warm virtual welcome to fourth International E-Conference, Computing and Data Science. I'm Engineer Uttam Karki, a proud PhD scholar associated with Kathmandu University, Department of Computer Science and IT, Nepal College of Management. So it is honor to address such a distinguished speaker gather here to the presenting the realm on AI. So today I'm here excited to share inside the topics artificial intelligence, AI, origin, present, scope in Nepal. It is rapidly advancing the technology landscape. Nepal is emerging hub of innovation, and AI play a vital role of this transformation. Here is some content of my agendas. So first of all, I'm start. What do you mean by AI? So first thing is AI is understandable level biological intelligence. That means perception, reasoning, and planning. That means intelligence. By basic, simply vision, I clearly say that that means intelligence means vision. That means computer vision, language, natural process language processing, learning. That means machine learning. In final thoughts, we can say that haptic technology is called AI. So here is some origin of AI. In 1958, hello.
Hello.
Audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Please
I'm
continue.
continuing. Okay. So here is the some origin of AI. That means first of all, that means ability to see, and then here is a transformation like last date, like the chat GPT, the transformer of AI of the origin. That means genetic pre-trained or the transformer.
Hello, please.
Dr. Karki, you can please go ahead. Can you hear us? Dr. Karki? Dr. Karki? आया नहीं आया Dr. Karki?
Hello, there is some issue regarding with the technical problem. So please wait for Professor join again in within 2 minutes. There is some network issue, so please wait for some time.
There is some technical issue. Now, once again, we are move forward.
Yes. Our next international speaker is Professor Mohammad Salim Ahmedi, Vice Chancellor, Zahan University, Afghanistan. He has wide experience in teaching and research. Their research areas are information technology, cyber security, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and related with various fields. I would like to invite Professor Mohammad Salim Hamidi to deliver the keynote address, inspiring the audience with word of wisdom.
Are you in the meeting, sir? Please
Professor
share your some technical issues. The Professor Uttam Karki is retrieved the connections and connect with the IPM group of institutions. So I invite you, sir, please share the knowledge with us. Please, Professor Uttam Karki.
Unmute.
I'm audible?
Yes.
Okay, sorry for inconvenience. So I lost my internet connection. So sorry. So can I continue? Shall I continue?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So
Yes, please, Dr. Karki.
Okay, so here is a tuning test. The method of inquiring the AI for determining whether or not computer is capable for thinking like a human, that is called Turing test, which is the evolution history of AI. So here is the some consecutive tasks, including AI, origin of AI, that means natural language processing, knowledge representation, automatic reasoning, and then machine learning. So my area is also AI machine learning. So I certain application of AI in Nepal, like the e-commerce company Amazon Daraz is the most popular e-commerce brand in Nepal. So so Nepal government is implement to fraud detection in financial institution, like so currently Nepal has blocked the social media site TikTok last November. So here is some AI application used in Nepal. So in Nepal, the present vibrant of AI application from healthcare to agriculture to enhancing the sector crucial of society. As we navigate the landscape, essential address to ethical AI like the predictive analysis, deep learning, machine learning, and the image recognition, vision learning. So here is the NLP. Here are 17 university like Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu University, Madhya University, so many. So here is Kathmandu University focus on the NLP, natural language processing, on behalf of classification, translation, and data extraction, which quite good research in upcoming days also. So here is the some growth of AI in Nepal. We take data 2015 to 2019. So investment in 25 million in 2019. So recent data is not published yet. So I just seen last report. Use case in Nepal in AI like the finance industry, e-commerce industry, transportation, government, and manufacturing. So recently we implement the government service like as a transportation vehicle tracking system. This is a main part of the AI. So looking forward, the scope of AI is promising the collaboration among academia, industry, and government. So there are certain challenges in AI to implement in Nepal. So data quality, availability, ethical concern, skill gap. Here is the main skill gap between the academia, industry, and government is the main key challenges of this uh, of AI. So here is AI future like the job creation in Nepal, innovation and economic growth, social impact. So here is some AI future accordingly to AI in Nepal. So AI in the roadmap that in Nepal is awareness and education is first. I suggest the Nepal government to transform the knowledge being a assistant professor at Kathmandu University. While doing the research, I'm quite doing the awareness and education, research and development, and regulation and policy. We make some policy and regulation to establish the implement to AI. So here is the some scope of digital evolution in Nepal till January 23. So internet penetration rate was 51.6%, which quietly increases last 2 years. So number of internet user, number of social media user is shown in table. So digital evolution in Nepal since January 23, latest data is with internet user, Nepal has increased by 33.2%, which shows that Nepal has upcoming growing fastly in advanced technology and AI also. So in conclusion, in this my conclusion, embrace of AI technology, promote we can create the ecosystem that nurtures talent, promote innovation, and address the social ethical advantage. So thank you, and let's make this e-conference a memorable and impactful experience for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Karki. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
I have one question, Dr. Karki.
Yes, please.
Your presentation was very good.
Thank you.
And we will talk about more IT in Nepal and India.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Because that's really interesting. And we'll also talk about some data mining and these concepts later on.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anybody else has any question?
Sir, I've got a question.
Okay, please.
एल्विश भाई के आगे कोई बोल सकता है क्या?
Okay. Hello.
Hello. I think nobody has any question, Dr. Karki.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Team. Thank you, Atul sir. Thank you, Mukul sir. Thank you so much.
Thank
you, Professor
Professor Uttam for very impressive knowledge shared with us. Thank you so much.
Now, our next international keynote speaker. Now, our next international keynote speaker is Professor Mohammad Salim Hamidi, Vice Chancellor, Zahan University, Afghanistan. He is widely experienced in teaching and research. The research area are information technology, cybersecurity, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and related various fields. I would like to invite Mr. Mohammed Salim Hadi to deliver the keynote address, inspiring the audience with word of wisdom.
Dr. Salim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salam and greetings, everybody, from all over the world.
Please go ahead.
This is Dr. Salam, and I'm really pleased to present Jahan University from Kabul, Afghanistan. Let me share the presentation first, and then we'll continue. Can somebody help me with sharing the presentation? It's not accepting the PPT files.
Hello, Professor Salim. Hello.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yeah, just share in the Zoom. Share screen. There is, you will see your, yeah. We can see the presentation.
Wait, let me share the screen just right away.
Right.
Thank you very much. Sorry for interruption. All right.
Yeah, Professor Salim, can you on your video as well? So that we can see you. Can you on your video camera?
Yes, sure. All right, my presentation is about the data analytics. Before coming to the data analytics, I would like to talk about the data analysis first. Data analysis is defined as a process of cleaning, transforming, and modeling data to discover useful information for business decision making. The purpose of data analysis is to extract useful information from data and taking the decision based upon the data analysis. There are several types of data analysis. The 5 types are very familiar in the world. First is text analysis, statistical analysis, diagnostic analysis, predictive analysis, prescriptive analysis. Data analytics, we're going to talk about it right now. Descriptive analytics helps answer questions about what happened. These techniques summarize large data sets to describe outcomes to stakeholders. By developing key performance indicator or KPIs, these strategies can help track successes or failures. Metrics such as return on investment or ROI are used in many industries. Specialized metrics are developed to track performance in specific industries. This process requires the collection of relevant data process of the data analysis, and data visualization. This process provides essential insight into past performance. Diagnostic analysis. Diagnostic analysis helps answer questions about why things happen. These techniques supplement more basic descriptive analytics. They take the findings from descriptive analytics and dig deeper to find the cause. The performance indicators are further investigated to discover why they got better or worse. This generally occurs in 3 steps. Identify anomalies in the data. Data that is related to these anomalies is collected, and statistical techniques are used to find relationships and trends that explain these anomalies. Predictive analysis. Predictive analysis helps answer questions about what will happen in the future. These techniques use historical data to identify trends and determine if they're likely to recur. Predictive analytic tools provide valuable insight into what may happen in the future, and its techniques include a variety of statistical and machine learning techniques, such as neural networks, decision trees, and regressions. Prescriptive analysis. Prescriptive analysis helps answer questions about what should be done by using insights from predictive analytics. Data-driven decisions can be made. This allows businesses to make informed decisions in the face of uncertainty. By analyzing past decisions and events, the likelihood of different outcomes can be estimated. These are some methods of data analysis that are cluster analysis, cohort analysis, regression analysis, factor analysis, neural analysis, text analysis, and data mining. Cluster analysis. The action of grouping a set of data elements in a way that said elements are more similar to each other than to those other groups is called a cluster. Since there is no target variable when clustering, the method is often used to find hidden patterns in the data. The approach is also used to provide additional context to a trend or data set. Since we don't have much time and I want to give time to other speakers as well, I would like to go a little bit faster. Cohort analysis. This type of data analysis method uses historical data to examine and compare a determined segment of users' behavior, which can then be grouped with others with similar characteristics. Regression analysis. The regression analysis uses historical data to understand how a dependent variable's value is affected when one or more independent variables such as linear regression and multiple regression change or stay the same. Neural networks. The neural networks form the basis for the intelligent algorithms of machine learning. It is a form of data-driven analytics that attempts with minimal intervention to understand how the human brain would process insight and predict values. Factor analysis. The factor analysis, also called dimension reduction, is a type of data analysis used to describe variability among observed correlated variables in terms of potentially lower number of unobserved variables called factors. Data mining, a method of analysis that is the umbrella term of engineering metrics, is an insights for additional value, direction, and context. By using exploratory statistical evaluation. Sorry?
Go ahead. Please go ahead, Dr. Salim. Please.
By using exploratory statistical evaluation, data mining aims to identify independencies, relations, data patterns, and trends to generate and advance knowledge. text analysis. Text analysis is also known in the industry as text mining is the process of taking large sets of textual data and arranging it in a way that makes it easier to manage. Is there any question? I hear some noises.
No, you can go ahead. We will have it. All right. You finish it.
Yeah, sure.
All
But
right.
working through this cleansing process is in stringent detail, you'll be able to extract the data that is truly relevant to your business and use it to develop actionable insight that will propel you forward. There are some techniques of data analysis. 15 data analysis top techniques are written here. I would like to take some of them, which are data democratization, build a data management roadmap, answer your questions, share the lead and data analysis tools. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption a little bit in the beginning. That's all from our side. If there's any question, I'm here to answer.
Dr. Salim, your presentation was very knowledgeable. Let me be very honest to you. It was very knowledgeable. In fact, I think you talked about the data mining techniques and all. So, I'm doing a little bit research work on data mining. I will talk to you later about some
Sure.
specific cases. All right.
Yeah,
So
sure. Sure.
we'll discuss it. Okay.
Yeah,
Anybody else
definitely.
has any question? Anybody has any questions? Data science. I think nobody has question. So thank you very much, Dr. Salim.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed Singh Amiri, for insightful and informative presentation and ignited a passion for exploring the new frontiers. Thank you, sir.
Now, once again, as we move forward, now the next national keynote speaker is Ramesh Babu Batula, Department of Computer Engineering, Technology, Jaipur, India. Dr. Ramesh Babu is an active participant in various professional organizations and his contribution in numerous research papers and articles. We are honored to invite Professor Ramesh Babu Batula. Please share the knowledge with us. Are you in the meeting? Please share your screen. Professor Ramesh Babu Batula is not connected with us. Now, move forward. The next step is
Thank you all, international and national speakers, session chair, and in charge of their contribution in this plenary session. I hope the audience have got the knowledge in their specific area of research. Now, it's time for group photograph. I request you all participate kindly switch on their video and for group photographs. on your camera, please, for a group photograph.
All participants, please on your camera for good group photograph. All speakers and participants, please on your camera for group photograph.
Now, our technical session is start, and our first author is Noor Mohammad Nurani. Their paper ID is AEACDS 01. Yes, the author name is Noor Mohammad Nurani, and their paper ID is AEACDS 01. Yes.
Yes, the next author is Ashish Kumar. The paper ID is AEACDS 14. Are you in the meeting? Please share.
Yeah, Mr. Ashish, we can see you. Hello. Please unmute.
Hello.
Please unmute. Yeah, unmute.
Yeah. Hello, doctor.
Yeah, Ashish, can you present?
One second, doctor. Just I need 5 minutes. I was not thinking my session will
Okay,
start.
okay. Can you tell whose presentation? Kritika, can you present?
Okay.
Hello. Kritika, can you present?
Hello.
Yeah, Ashish, can you present now?
Yes, doctor. One second. Just my presentation. I need to play. Yeah. Doctor, within a minute.
Okay, you can take your time. Just present it yourself.
One. आया हुआ है वैसे ये भी आया हुआ है Dr. Ashish,
Doctor,
you
can
can
you
start,
another
please.
person? Yeah, but doctor, I'm not seeing my presentation. 1 second. I need to connect my laptop.
Okay.
Actually, I was connecting with the mobile. I was thinking my session will start at 1, but it is now it is starting before that. So next bus.
Nita, are you ready? Nita?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Nita, you start, please. Please start.
Okay, sir.
You can start. Ashish, you can carry after it, right?
I have problem
Okay.
in screen sharing.
Okay. Nita, you start.
Okay. Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, you can do the F5, the slideshow, F5.
Wait. Okay.
Yes, better. Please go ahead. Please put
Morning.
on your cameras, all of you.
Okay,
Yes.
wait.
Start.
Good afternoon to everyone. And I am Nita Thapa, currently graduated from Kathmandu University, and I'm presenting my paper on this international conference by IPAM entitled "Do Bank Merger Have Foregone or Undergone Value from the Perspective of Investor?" and talking about the background of study. The merger and acquisition has been a trend for about past 20 years, and most of the researcher has focused on this topic for so long time, but most of the studies has been conducted on financial perspective and very few have been done from the investor perspective. So my topic provides empirical insights and new insights on the merger and perspective from capital market investor perspective. So there is a scenario that when the merger and acquisition is going to be happen, the investor have certain expectation about the increase in the price of the shares, but after merger, the post merger, does the expectation that the investor holds towards the bank really gets fulfilled or not is my main point of focus. And talking about objectives, these are my objectives, which are divided into 4 parts. Objective 1 is to study the impact of bank product and services on gain of investor after post-merger, whereas Objective 2 is to study the impact of change in the price of financial product and services on gain of investor after merger. Objective 3 is to study the impact of sales channel on gain of investor after merger, whereas Objective 4 is to study the impact of rebranding strategy on shareholders' perceived gain after merger. So talking about hypotheses, I have four hypotheses, among which hypothesis 1 states that the bank product and services has positive and significant relationship with the investor gain. Hypothesis 2 states that the price of financial product and services has positive and significant relationship with the investor gain. Hypothesis 3 states that rebranding strategy has positive and significant relationship with the investor gain. And lastly, hypothesis 4 states that sales channel have positive and significant relationship with the investor gain. And talking about methodology, I have used descriptive research design, among which I have used a structured questionnaire which have been adopted from previous studies to calculate the data analysis, and a sample of around 117 investors has been used by judgmental sampling, among which the behavior of the investor has been checked on during pre-merger and post-merger. Also, exploratory factor analysis EFA and confirmatory factor analysis CFA has been used to analyze the validity issues, model fit, and reliability, whereas structure equation modeling has used to evaluate the post-merger factors on investor trading behavior. And now talking about literature review, it has been divided into parts: conceptual framework and theories. I have used 3 theories to describe my independent variables. The first theory is resource-based theory, which explains that why and when merger and acquisition can be advantageous when their motive is to obtain new resources. So it is a rare case that the firm has fully available resources within themselves. So in order to fulfill that gap, the firms need to merge or either acquire another firm to gain the new resources. So the marketing new resources that the firm can gain through merger and acquisitions are brand strategy, sales channel, and price of product and services. Whereas the next theory of plant behavior, explains or predicts the investor purchasing behavior. The investor has certain cost and profit estimation within themselves. So while investing, they assume that this outcome will result them positive outcome or negative outcome. So on the basis of their outcome, they invest in the share of banks. And the last theory is cognitive dissonance theory, which explains the feelings, emotions that is associated with the investor while approaching to a brand. So when two brands appear together, the investors' feelings, emotions, and the customer experiences that the investors has associated in the past helps them to choose the bank to invest. And the conceptual framework, this is my conceptual framework among with bank product and services, prices of product and services, sales channel, and brand strategies are my independent variable, whereas perceived gain of investor is my dependent variable. And this is my CFA result, which is divided into three parts, which is regression result, validity issues, and model fit indices. The regression results to be significant, its value should be less than 0.05, and validity issues, there are two validity, which is content validity and construct validity. Content validity is done through the review of literature and expert opinion, whereas construct validity is divided into two subparts, which is conversion validity and discriminant validity. Conversion validity measures if the two constructs of the same test has correlation within each other or not, and the threshold for measuring conversion validity is below. And discriminant validity measures if the two different constructs that really needs to be unrelated with each other are actually unrelated or not. So the threshold for measuring the discriminant validity is given below. And the model fit indices, last one, it is also divided into three parts, which is chi-square indices, goodness of fit and badness of fit. And the given below are the threshold for measuring the goodness of fit and badness of fit. While talking about EFA is also divided into three parts, which is Camo and Barter test, factor loading, and reliability test. Camo and Barter test helps to measure if the factor loading comes within the range or not. And the measuring Camo is the range should be greater than 0.7. And factor loading, for testing factor loading or conversion validity test, the conversion validity loading should be within the construct, which is greater than 0.7. And reliability test is done by using Cronbach alpha, which should be greater than 0.7. And my findings reveals that all my independent variables, that are bank product and services, prices of product and services, brand strategy, and sales channel, has a positive and significant impact on my dependent variable perceived gain of investors, remaining within the threshold of p-values less than 0.05, which has statistical significance of this relationship. And talking about conclusion, so this research paper revealed that aside from certain financial benefits that the merger could provide, this merger and acquisition could also provide certain non-financial benefits from the merger and acquisition. And another conclusion, to conclude, capital market investors in this research paper has been collected within Kathmandu Valley only, so it could be a little bit difficult to generalize from this result. And moving on to next, limitation and future scope. I have used only cross-sectional data for my study. Only the one time frame has been used in my study, so it could be more better in future research if we could use panel data or longitudinal data, which can provide more multi-prospective view. And also the expectation confirmation theory, if used in my theory to derive the variables, it could provide more better results for investor perception on post-merger. So this is end of my presentation, and thank you all for your patience. So if you have any queries, please feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you, Neeta. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Dr.
Hello.
Botula, you are in the meeting?
Nita,
Hello.
one moment. Nita, are you there?
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
Nita. Mr.
Nita,
Atul
your
Sharma.
presentation was very good.
Thank you, sir.
You were talking about the banks in Nepal,
Yes, sir.
and I think you used the many test. I saw that test you have used to
Yes.
to take the conclusion. That was very good. And we'll talk about some more aspects later. All right, I will talk about some more how do we do research in your banking sector.
Okay, sir. Okay, sure.
All right, thank you, that was
Okay, sir.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Anybody
so
has
much.
any question? All
Yeah,
right, thank
Professor
you.
Batula, are you there in the meeting? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am there in the meeting.
Okay, sir. Please, Professor Batula.
Yeah. Just I'm sharing my screen. Ramesh Babu Batula, Department of Computer Engineering, Malviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur. Dr. Ramesh Babu is an active participant in various professional organizations and his contribution various research papers and articles. We are honored to invite Professor Ramesh Babu Batula. Please share the knowledge with us. Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Dr. Ramesh Babu Batula from Malviya National Institute of Technology. So let's start the presentation, sir.
Yeah, Professor Batula, can you on your camera so that we can see?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Spotlight kar dena. Yeah, Professor Batula, please continue. We can see you.
Right. Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Today we are going to discuss about some very interesting topic, that is the decentralized learning for 5G and beyond. First of all, the world is moving towards to in a different era. We might observe many things in our life. Right now we may observe every human is going to be wear at least 2 to 3 devices right now. The expected devices which we are going to be wear by 2030 are around mostly 30 plus devices we are going to be carry with us. So that's why how we will provide a communication to them, and how we will provide data to them, and how we will provide some information to the devices. That is the one aspect. Other aspect is there. That aspect is going to be very important to all of us. Why? Because data privacy, which is a big problem right now, which we are facing. Your device, your information is sharing with others, and others are going to be use that data as a fuel for their company. Example, so many companies are there, they're going to be use your data and they're going to be earn the money because of your data only. And 5G and beyond networks, we may observe, these will provide very low latency, and so that we're able to download a lot of information within fraction of seconds. That is the major uses of the 5G and beyond. And why I'm choosing this decentralized learning? People are working for right now machine learning, deep learning, etc., etc., etc. The problem with this particular learning mechanisms are going to be the data which we need to be shared with the machine. Machine is going to be process your data and provide the results to you. Correct. In deep learning, machine learning, whatever, wherever the learning mechanisms are there. And if suppose whatever the node is processing your data, that might be curious. If that might be curious, what happens? Your data is going to be leaked, or your data is going to be used for some other purpose. How you can protect from that? And second challenge is, suppose every device we have limited storage. We have limited storage, right? The limited storage in the sense every device might be
maintain 1 TB data or 1 GB data or 2 GB data or maximum 1 TB data like that. How we can learn with the small data? It's not possible. That's why the companies like Google and other companies are introducing this particular decentralized learning mechanisms. What are different decentralized mechanisms are there, which we may understand? One is a federated learning, other one is a split learning, and federated distancial learning. So such a way that there are several decentralized learning mechanisms are there. What is the advantage with this decentralized learning? Before we are going to discuss about that, we need to be observed how 5G is going to be a big in the world. So you understand the most of the companies right now looking for the 5G services, and most of the companies are developing a lot of application based on the 5G and beyond services only. So that the 5G and beyond emerging one side, other side people are looking for the privacy. That's why we need decentralized learning. We need to be applied for the 5G and beyond networks. So for that, our target discussion is going to be how the automation is also going to be emerging in the future. So a lot of activities are going to be automized. In the automation, we need networking as well as we need artificial intelligence other side. These two are going to play a crucial role. For that, what I said, there are a few distributed learning mechanisms are there. One of them I am discussing right now, that is a federated learning. I don't know, most of you might know this learning concept is a decentralized learning concept. In this decentralized learning concept, the client nodes are there. You might observe here red color, blue color, yellow color, and these are the client models. These client models are going to be receive a global global model from the global node. This global node is going to be share the model to all these local nodes, and local nodes, whatever data with them, they're going to be train the data. The same data is going to be shared with they're not sharing the data, they are sharing the output of this model. Output of the model, what will be there? Either your gradients, we can say, or weights, we can say, whatever it is there. So such a weights we are transmitting to the global node. Means, suppose node A, node B, node C, node D, 4 nodes are there. These nodes are going to be receive the data from their sensors. That received data is going to be processed by this received model. The model is going to be generate the weights. That weights are going to be shared with this particular control, that will global node. We can say global node. So what are there in the particular FL model? Global node is there, local node is there. Global node is going to be receive the weights from all the local nodes. Once it received, it is going to be process it. Once it processed, an averaged weights are going to be received. That averaged weights again is going to be transferred to all the local models. I think most of you understand what I'm saying. There are local models and global model is there. Global model receives weights from the client model. Then after it is going to process and it is going to be generate the average value with help of some algorithms. So averaging, we have so many algorithms are there, out of which we can say very popular one is going to the federated average. The federated average equation, here it is there, that we will use, and we are going to be, that means find the average weights. That average weights we are going to be shared with the local model. So every local node is going to be received same average weights, means all local nodes are going to be converged so that everybody is going to be the same information. That is the beauty of this particular decentralized learning method. Here you observe one thing. What we need to be observed here, one observation which we made, that is going to be the local nodes are not sharing the data. What they're sharing? They're sharing only weights. Only they're sharing weights. So the data is there with the local model, but weights are going to be shared with the global model. So that what happens if suppose 5 nodes are there, 5 different weights are going to be received this controller or a global node. The global node is going to process that. So that the model is going to be provide a better results than the smaller weights with the smaller weights. That is the beauty of this particular federated learning. And here federated learning, we have various type of federated learning types are there. One is a horizontal federated learning, other one is going to be the vertical federated learning, and federated transfer learning, as well as federated reinforcement learning. This type of learning mechanisms are there based on this federated learning. And another model is there that is going to be called as a split learning. Split learning in the sense, suppose I have a 7-layer model. A 7-layer CNN model is there, convolutional neural network model. The 7-layer model, I'm going to be divided to 3-4 layers. 4 layers at the global node, 3 layers at the local node. That means the first 3 layers are going to be processed by local node, and that weights are going to be processed to the global node. Global node is going to process the same data with help of the 4 layers. So that is called a split learning. Such a way that there are different type of decentralized learning mechanisms are there, but federated learning is emerging like, compared to all other learning models, federated learning is emerging better, what I can say. So what is the advantage with this? So here, 2 type of models are there. Distributed is there, as well as the hierarchical federated learning model is there. In the hierarchical federated learning model, what happens? All your control units are going to be there. These control units are going to be connected to the main node. The main node is going to be process the information. Here you observe the federated learning itself, they're using a split learning. Federated learning itself, they're using a split learning. So this is a hierarchical mode. And I said there are majorly 2 type of federated learning models are there. One is the vertical federated learning model, other one is a horizontal federated learning. How we can understand this horizontal and vertical federated learning? We observe one small difference. Suppose you take x-axis as a sample space and x-axis as a feature space and y-axis as a sample space. If suppose x-axis features are same and samples are different, we call that as a horizontal federated learning. If suppose feature space is same and sample space is same and feature space is different, then we call this a vertical federated learning. I would like to give a brief idea how we will understand this horizontal federated learning and vertical federated learning in a very easy way. Suppose you take Amazon, Flipkart, this kind of website, you may observe, you are the customer, that means you are a sample space. That means you and some other people are going to be comes into the sample space. And what is the feature space? Whatever the products are there, that we need to be treated as a feature space. Suppose here you may observe feature space is same, means I am planning to buy X product, you are also planning to buy X product, and somebody is also going to buy X product. Means all this sample space is same, feature space is same, but sample space is different. That is called like a horizontal federated learning. Suppose we may come to the vertical federated learning. You observe, suppose in a city, 3-4 hospitals are there. One is a heart specialist hospital, one is a liver specialist hospital, one is a cancer specialist hospital are there. A patient is there. Patient is suffering with the 2 diseases like heart and liver. Then he will approach to the heart related issues to heart hospital and heart specialist hospital, and liver related problems he is going to approach to the liver hospital. Here you need to be understand the samples taken at these 2 hospitals are different. The sample means the features of the diseases are going to be different, but the sample is same here. That is called vertical federated learning. Means the sample space is same, but the feature space is different. Means heart related they are going to be collect some data, liver related they are going to collect some data. If suppose these 2 doctors are going to be collect this information and process this information, they may give a better medicine to the patient. But these 2 hospitals are not ready to provide that information to them. So that vertical federated learning will help, and you need not to share the data. You share the weights of that particular disease, so that the other doctor will understand what kind of a medicine or what kind of treatment is receiving for the heart problem. So the liver doctor is going to be provide a better medicine to the patient. That's such a way that vertical and horizontal federated learning are there. This help us to provide better solution to us, and we were not going to be share our data. And you may observe the future connected the world is look like this. Here you might be observe the figure. There are so many communications are there. D2D communication is there, and your NFV is there. IoT communication is there. UAV communication is there. LAN communication is there. AI based so many applications are going to come into the picture. Your autonomous vehicles are there, and 6G, 5G, 4G, 3G, and massive MIMO communication, edge computing. Likewise, several devices are going to be comes into the picture. These all devices are going to be enabled with your 5G or 6G communication. And the major verticals of the 5G or 6G communications are going to be three. That are, one is massive machine type communication, means IoT, that means your smart industry or etc. are going to be comes under this massive machine type communication. Other one is going to be URLLCC, ultra reliable low latency communication, means your autonomous cars or any live operations you need to be conduct in the future. For that, okay, they are given that vertical. And third one is going to be enhanced mobile broadband. Enhanced move. So 5G is going to be keep these three verticals, and all the applications are going to be that means it linked to these three applications only. Suppose we may take industry IoT is there, that is connected to MMTC, and you may go for autonomous cars or live operations are going to be connected to your URLCC, and if your mobile services and streaming applications related or gaming application related are going to be connected to the your EMBB vertical. So if suppose this kind of vertical, this kind of devices are going to become up, the major challenge which we are going to be faced, that is going to be security, trust, and privacy issues. Here, data is there. Data plus the information is very important, and most of the devices are going to be compromised. Because of that, we need to be look into the security, trust, and privacy issues. How we will that means may find a solution to the security, trust, and privacy that we will achieve with help of our decentralized learning mechanisms only. That's why here you need to be observed. Here, the targeted things are going to be in the 5G and 5G beyond point of view. Here, AI/ML attacks are there, and security threats are there, as well as your open API security threats are there. And data privacy threats, especially related to your AI only. And your trust models, your physical layer threats are also based on the AI. So that there are huge number of problems which we are going to find. At the same time, you may observe here in the landscape, you may find in a 6G point of view, your FEMBB, UMMTC, and URLCC means here ultra massive machine type communication. This is the for 6G. However, we will find the attacks and attacks related issues are over here. And 6G and 5G both are going to be connected with several technologies. The technologies like quantum communication, mobile edge computing, Internet of Everything, terahertz communication. So these all are need to be protected, and these are all required AI and federated learning, machine learning mechanisms. So that we need to be protect many applications with help of this 5G and 5G beyond communication. Right? And 5G beyond communication, you may observe over here, there is intelligent cloud is there, edge intelligence is required, and sensing devices are required. But everywhere we will find some security aspects. And applications are going to be our smart city, industry 5.0, smart mobility, holographic communication, digital twin, that means your metaverse kind of activities are there. But most of them are going to be suffering with this AI and ML attacks. So that what we need to be understand, what we need to be future plan for us, that is going to be, we need to be develop AI powered mechanisms. Means attacker is also AI powered, and we should be aware about that, and we need to prepare our solutions like that. So that we need to be understand what kind of AI powered devices are there, and how they may create a zero-day attacks, and how they may develop a new novel threat developments. We try to understand, and for that we need to be protect our devices and our communication, etc., etc. For that, we need to be observing the future. What kind of communication is there? Your 5G and beyond devices are there that will be connected to the software-defined networking, and these two are going to be enabled with decentralized learning, and these are all going to be connected to open RAN, open ready access technology. Means it's a heterogeneous communication system. So that is going to be protected with help of AI powered. For that, what we need to be develop, decentralized AI control plane that helps us. There are several problems are there here. We are going to be faced that are going to be dynamic threat analysis. We need to be developed, privacy preserving network slicing. We need to be developed, as well as differential privacy for FL. We need to be developed. trust-related models we need to be developed, and intelligent intrusion detection system is also required for the future of networks and future of learning models security point of view. Apart from this, if you want to achieve a better security, definitely you need to be adopt our blockchain. So the blockchain is one of the important to protect this 5G beyond, as well as decentralized learning mechanisms. 5G is one of the better tool for that. Right? So this is the way we may observe there are several issues are there, and these issues are going to be resolved with help of blockchain as well as other security mechanisms. What I mean to conclude over here my talk, which we need to be understand how the world is moving and what kind of technologies are coming up and how these technologies are going to drive in the future and what kind of problems are there, how to solve these problems, and what kind of a technology which we need to be used to solve these kind of problems. Why? Because we need to be observed there are so many technologies are upcoming, out of which the majority of the people right now working for this distributed learning mechanisms to protect the data, as well as people are working for other end. It's going to be 5G and beyond communications related. I want to say thank you to the Anita madam and other conference organizers providing for this particular opportunity to me to deliver this small talk to you. Any questions? Okay, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Your presentation was awesome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
And you know, I really liked your presentation, and maybe sooner or later, I'm going to invite you to our college.
So definitely, sir. Thank you very much for that.
And I want my students to also make something out of it. All right.
Great, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please share your screen.
These are all from Jahan University, Afghanistan.
Yeah, Mr. Wajadullah, you are here. Please present the paper. Yeah, please have this presentation in slideshow mode, and please on your camera.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yeah, please go on.
Walaikum salam. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm Mohammed Sharafat from Jahan University, and
use F5 slideshow.
I will start presenting it. The subject is okay.
Better. Please go ahead.
And the topic is analyze the Linux performance in network management. We're going to talk about this, how we can use Linux in network management. Perhaps we have a lot of operating systems out there, business editions and business versions, but why we should use Linux in network management. We're going to talk about this. Going next, my abstract. The goal is in this paper, we're going to talk about why we should use Linux in network management, which distributions are best for network management, which distributions of Linux are best for network management, the tools that we use for secure our network, tools we use for manage our network, and kind of these things that we in this, the keywords, and after that, the introduction. Since birth, the Linux in 1991, it becomes the most popular operating system in the world. Maybe there are a lot of operating systems versions, business versions. Some of them, a lot of them are good versions, and they have a lot of capabilities. But why Linux is very popular in the world? The most important thing about the Linux is because it's open source and free. Everybody loves something that they don't pay for, and it's different architectures from the other business versions of the operating systems, make it secure. I mean, it's different from the Windows, from the Mac. It's hard for everybody to attack it. It's secure than them. It's free, and therefore, and also it has, as it is open source, it's a kernel. Everybody change it, modify it for different goals, for different aims, and that's called the distributions. Therefore, everybody loves it, and it's the most popular operating system nowadays. Further, as we discussed further, according to the experts of this knowledge, this subject, all of them believe that because Linux is an open source kernel, which means the developers can modify it for specific goals. Therefore, it's allowed in the popular operating system, and we use it in network management as well, because it's a really stable operating system. Going further, the objectives in this topic that we're going to talk. First of all, we're going to find out the performance of Linux in network management. After that, to find out the Linux monitoring tools. That means if we want to manage the network via Linux, we have to have tools to manage it with. It's not only enough to have a distribution of Linux and use it. You have to have tools to manage that network. Going further, to know which Linux distribution is good for network management, as we said, Linux is a kernel, and it has many distributions for different aims, for different goals, and which distributions of that are the best for network management. We're gonna show that in next. We'll discuss about Linux operating systems that's used in operating systems, and the tools that use Linux for network management. And the research methodology in my paper is secondary sources. We collected data from books, articles, and valuable sources on the internet. And I will show you the references at the end. Thank you. And further, let's talk about Linux operating system. When we talk about Linux operating systems in network management, its own Linux operating systems, what is it? It's an open source operating systems, and it can be client side and server side. It means if I'm an end user, I can use it. If I'm a server side and I'm giving services to others, I still can use it. And at the same point, ISPs, the servers, and the users, the single users, all of them can use distributions of Linux according to them. After that, features of Linux. What makes Linux good, and what features does it have? It's flexible. Flexibility means, as I mentioned before, I can use it as an end user in my laptop PC. In a server room, they can also use a Fedora server. In ISPs, they also can use. Everybody can use a different distribution of Linux. Stability, it don't crash soon. It's well stable. You can believe on it. After that, performances. If the range of performance, the range of processes go high, I mean, Linux can manage your network in very critical situations. It's not like other operating systems that would go down. After that, network friendliness. It maybe doesn't have a beautiful interface for end users, but who use it in high level, like servers, and also who use it in airspace. They know how friendly Linux is for network devices. After that, what makes Linux very, very popular is the security. Linux is open source. That means if there's something weak point, some thread for it, a developer can easily make that weak point a strong point for it and change it and just modify that risk point, and it will become more secure day by day. Linux uses a different architecture from other operating systems out there, and therefore for this architecture, the viruses, the Trojan horses in the malware are hard that can attack our PCs, and Linux is secure for that. It has its own security tools. Linux has some security tools to save it from threats. After that, privilege. In Linux, the root in the users and also the username, the password in the main authentication. That's difference. When maybe malware want to attack the main directories, someone want to attack the main directories that are in root, they had to have the root username and the password. Therefore, they couldn't have access to that. The privileged system make it more secure. System event log. It means you can see the activities that you done. It's a secure option on the Windows for individual. Overall, Linux is very, very secure than Windows in individual and business. After that, the best Linux distribution for network administration, as our subject is the Linux in business in network administration, we have to know which distributions of Linux is best in this section. First of all, Ubuntu server. It's Ubuntu server have huge support, some best support for servers. It's a great option. After that, Debian. Debian is known for its stability. After that, we have CentOS and Fedora server. Last, OpenSUSE, which is very, very common for its beautiful interface that beginners also can use it, perhaps intermediates use it. After that, next is basic Linux tools for network and security. We say that perhaps we have security to network distributions for network management. Beside that, we need some security in network tools. In a network, important thing is to save our data secure. And for that, we need tools. It means Linux is not secure out of the box. If you don't have tools for it, if you don't have tools for network management, you couldn't be able to manage your network easily or secure it easily. So some of them are the security tools, AirCrackEng for Wi-Fi security, and in some sections they use it for hacking the Wi-Fi just to find out the weak points. After that, web should focus on web application security. It's just for web application securities like Apache server or other server, HTTP, and others. And after that, we have Exploit, super exploit detection tool. We have Unpackit for testing the network protocols. And in network monitoring tools, we have Nmap, Network Mapper, we have Wireshark, we have IPtrap. They use to see from where the packet sent it, what's inside the packet, and what is this destination of the packet, the port number, and all of them. And therefore, is the data that's communicating between two people, two persons, or two computers, two threads. After that, we have Linux networks, and here Linux gonna use as administrator network and control the low level servers, networks, internet servers, and all the functions and configurations that's gonna happen in network. Network GUI access, all of them. Linux is capable of controlling all of them in a network as a network management tool. After that, overview of network services. The network services, those who provide the services, the mostly used web server in the world is Apache Web Server, which is an open source server, and it's clearly natively working on Linux. After that, OpenSSL, Open Secret Socket Layer, it's a tool to secure the servers. After that, mail server to send the emails. OpenSSH. OpenSSH, there is a different why we should use OpenSSH. OpenSSH is more secure. Telnet also using in servers. They sending the password in the username without encrypting that. The SSH do this to us. So it's secure. And after that, the DNS server, the domain name server, it's just to translate our alphabetically written address to IP addresses to have access to the website or anything that we search on network. It just translate the name of the website into the IP address. After that, network management system. A big network management system like telecommunication system doesn't only need to be configuration to be managed. It also means modified. We have to modify our networks day by day. The modifications that happens, the operating system that we use have to have the capability to manage these modifications and growth. First of all, flexibility. As we said, I mentioned this before, network is Linux is very flexible. Stability, it's completely stable. It won't crash as other business versions of the operating system out there. After that, hardware support, network, the Linux as its kernel is when to the machine language, it have great hardware support. After that, native internet support, as we said before, the Apache server is one of the mostly used server around the globe, and it runs natively on Linux. The conclusion: Linux is an open source operating system. We said this before. Compared to other commercial versions of operating system, it's very secure, very stable, very flexible, mostly used, and it's loved by all type of people. Students love it because it's free. They don't pay for it. Server sides love it because it's flexible and it won't crash down. And it's secure, therefore everybody loves it. Everybody loves to have security for their data, for their network, and therefore the conclusion is Linux is better than all operating system out there, the commercial operating systems. And the references, thanks at the end for the opportunity. Someone's headphones have a problem, please mute.
Wadatullah,
Yes, I'm Hank.
Your presentation was excellent.
Thank you.
I have just one question in my mind.
Yes.
How do you compare Windows and Linux? Because I see that the Linux is almost gone now.
How, sir?
They're still not able to compete with Microsoft, right?
Yeah. Yes, the main point I think is that only the experts person love to use Linux, as its interface is not as much beautiful for end users as much. But if you go to the service providers, 17% maybe I read once in somewhere that use the Linux in servers, but in end users, yes, a lot of users love Windows because it's some beautiful interface. Maybe it's not as secure as that. The end users love Windows that just because of the interface and some features that comes with it, even if they pay for it.
Very good. That was excellent. Anybody has any question to Wadatullah regarding Linux operating system? I think there's nobody there. Any questions? Thank you very much, Wadatullah, for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks for everybody hearing me, especially from you, Dr. Sharma. Thank you very much.
Always
Have
welcome.
a nice time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for wonderful presentation. Now, our next speaker is Narendra Kumar Singh. The paper ID is AEACDS 03.
Hello everyone. I can't share my screen. Someone is already sharing.
Okay. Watullah, can you
kindly unshare your screen?
Yes.
Thank you. And you let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm Narendra Kumar Singh, and I will be taking you on the evolution of the wireless telecommunication networks. And by telecommunication networks, I mean 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G. So most of you guys already know, means are aware of the terms 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. You use them every day in your life, yeah, with your mobile phones. So let's go over the journey how these were developed and where we are today. So I will be just going over some introduction, then the evolution over time, and then some basic details over the technologies that we are, and then a conclusion over it. So mobile telephony, what do we mean by mobile telephony? So generally, like before, we used to have fixed landline mobile phones, right? Where there was a wire coming from the core network to every home, and from there you just dial a number on your mobile, not mobile, on your telephone, and then you connect to other users, right? Over the time, we developed technology where we could communicate using without using the wires, right? Means wireless, basically. So what we mean over here is like, let me just take the pointer. Yeah. So basically, like your smartphones, your mobiles, your laptops, all of these are your users. Yeah, it means we call them UE, user equipments. So these you have a SIM, or you might have some other way to start your communication. They communicate through a base station, right? Base stations are the towers that you see above in the cities, in your rural areas. You know, the tower where above which you see some long antennas, some round antennas. Those are base stations, right? So your mobile generally communicates towards those base stations, and from there it will set up a call, and that call will be forwarded to the core network. So core network is basically the brain of the telecommunication networks. From here, your call will be routed to the target user that you want to call, right? So we have two type of calls. One is your voice call, that is circuit switch, and other one is your packet call, that is your internet that we use day to day, right? So for over the time with the evolving technologies, these cores have been updated. So this just a very overview of the overall what we have, right? So it's like there are hundreds of nodes, different functionalities. So we cannot show them or go over them what they mean. So it's better to just stay with the basics. So this is the basic idea how it works. Your mobile connects to the base station, and that connects to the core. Core sends to the targeting node B that connects to the other mobile, and that's how you communicate, right? So uh, how did we develop over the years? So as you can see from this particular chart, generally we use the term generation to define the evolution of telecommunication, right? So we started in around 1980s with 1G, and then in over every 10 years, we can see that next generation has been introduced and fully fledged and deployed. So around 80s, we had 1G, 90s 2G, then 3G in 2000, and around 2010, we have 4G, and then currently around 2-3 years back, we started with the 5G part. So 1G was just basically analog voice. There was nothing there to mobiles were able to just communicate using voice calls. That's it. It was very basic telephony, and the mobiles itself means they were just big phones. As you can see in this figure itself, it was actually like this. They were 1 foot long. So it was just the starting of the wireless communication. Then 2G, most of you guys, most of you people might be aware of 2G, right? Not the young guys. They are just, they started with 3G and 4G, but I know more that most of the teachers and everyone else, they know about 2G. So 2G in India, it's GSM, right? So 2G was like multiple different technologies. So in India, GSM was adapted, and in many locations around the world, CDMA was adapted, right? So in this one, we had basic voice. We started with text messaging. This was pretty new with 2G, and it was a revolution. It completely replaced the pagers at that time. And then you started with your basic data services. So basic means at that time, your speed was around 40 to 50 kilobits per second. And you can imagine 40 to 50 kilobits per second means you cannot even use WhatsApp with that speed. So it was so low. Then in 2000 around, we got 3G. And I think in 2010, it came to India. Aircel was the first operator that started with 3G, and then it was further adapted with Airtel, Vodafone, and all the other operators there. Right. So with 3G, what came was a broader bandwidth, which could be used due to a higher bandwidth. Since you have a large bandwidth, you were able to create more throughput. Throughput means speed, right? And then with 4G, same concept, but a completely different technology than 3G. I will go more details later on. So in 4G, what you did was increase the bandwidth itself. So more and more bandwidth, you were able to convert into a more higher throughput, means higher speed, right? But the technology itself was completely different than 3G. It's a different way of working and how the interface works and all those stuff. So I will just give a brief idea in the coming slides. And in the then from 4G to 5G, it's like it uses the same basic technology as 4G, but since 4G was limited to a maximum bandwidth of around 20 megahertz, with 5G, you can go up to 400 megahertz of a single carrier, right? So 5G in terms of that, and in terms of your basebands means your what I was telling, your initial base stations and connecting nodes through these all are also these all can also be now installed in cloud computing, so which reduce the further the latency between the nodes, and hence you with 5G you can get the lowest possible latency in telecommunication network. So we will see that later. So let's just have some brief idea of these technologies so that you can know how from where we were in like 30 years ago and now where we are. So it's a huge change, huge difference, right? So 2G generally, like I said, it was GSM in India, and some other areas of the world, it was CDMA. CDMA1 was the actual name. So with GSM, it generally used TDMA as the background. So TDMA is time division multiple access. So with TDMA, it was actually inefficient. So something like if you have with the government, you will buy frequency. So this is F, right? Frequency. Let's say you buy X amount of frequency. For every user you were on, this is time axis, right? So your user access was divided by this. This will go to first user, then this will second user, then again to the first one, then second, then third, maybe fourth. It was like this. So this was very inefficient, but that was the beginning of the telecommunication evolution area. At those time, even this was a big technology, and it was kind of a magic, like, from the wired, now you can use voice calls and basic data on your mobile. It was completely new that a user can buy a mobile and roam around throughout different cities, different locations. While driving, they can still maintain a voice call, right? So that was the magic with 2G that started. Right, so 2G CDMA, it was using code division multiple access instead of TDMA. So that's the different part from GSM. But this CDMA was using a very low bandwidth in the beginning, that's why it was part of 2G, which became the basis of WCDMA, right? So WCDMA is actually your 3G that we use in day-to-day life. And means CDMA means WCDMA did not came from CDMA. It used CDMA as the background. With CDMA, the future technology was CDMA 2000, right? That will come on the next page. So this is how they further developed from 2G to 3G. GSM was kind of taken over by WCDMA, and CDMA was taken over by CDMA 2000. But over the time, CDMA 2000 kind of started phasing out, and only 3G WCDMA was left throughout the world, right? GSM itself was involved internally, like it was not going towards 3G, but it was giving some more basic improvements, as most basically in your data speeds. That's why we have the names like 2.5, 2.75, 2.85, right? So the one that we are all familiar with is 2.5G, that is GPRS, right? Remember a few years back, we used to say GPRS. GPRS was the term used for internet at that time. So GPRS was just the evolution of 2G to 2.5G. With GPRS, we were able to get around 40 kbps speed, right? And then we went to 2.75, where we started having the transport itself was very small previously. With 2.5, with Edge, you could have a 2 Mbps line in the back end, right? From the base station towards the core side, right? So this line itself was improved to 2 Mbps, and which eventually could get the user throughput, means your UE was able to get 384 kbps, right? And then further, with adding more these particular lines, we were able to get evolved edge, right? And that was able to provide you up to 1 Mbps speed, right? So this was the max speeds that we were able to get using 2G, right? And the limitations were, like I said, it was using GSM was using TDMA, so it was not efficient. You were wasting your bandwidth, and with one time slot, you were able to only use one user. That was very inefficient in terms of telecommunication networks, right? Less connected users. Less connected users means how many users can be connected to a particular site at the same time. During 2G, it was very low. You might remember, and during busy hours, you would start calling at home and your call would not go through. So it means you are not able to get a connection to the network. So that was the reason you were not able to process too many users at the same time. High latency, like I said, it's very insufficient. So it's very expected that you will have a very high latency. Low upload speed, low download speed, like I said, it's only up to 1 Mbps, right? So let's move to 3G. After 2G, 3G was like, again, again, it was like a magic, because previously you were having like 40 kbps, or maybe up to, and these speeds, what I'm saying, these are theoretical speeds when only one user is there, but that was never the case. So you were always going with a lower speed, right? with 3G, like I said, WCDMA was the main one adapted throughout the whole world, and CDMA 2000 was in few countries, few operators like in North America and in Japan, right? So with WCDMA, we could get a speed up to, with the basic WCDMA, it was giving up 384 kbps, and then further it was improved with a concept called HSPA, and that is high speed packet access. With this particular technology, WCDMA use like channels, right? When with one channel you can go up to max by 384 kbps, but with HSPA, one user could be assigned multiple channels, and that resulted into in the downside you can provide up to 14.4 Mbps, and in the upside you can provide 5.6 Mbps. And but with this high speed, also your latency was also improved. Previously, it was around 150 Mbps, then 150 milliseconds, then 100 milliseconds, right? And then HSPA plus came, which means you could use multiple carriers to join them into one carrier and provide the final speed. And then the MIMO technology also came, that is multiple input, multiple output. This was using like instead of one antenna from the UE, you could use up to 4 antennas. So you could, instead of sending one data stream, you were able to send 4 data streams towards the node, means your base station, right, from the UE side. So this kind of made the throughput 4 times. So using both of these, your final throughput came around 28 Mbps theoretically, right? Sorry, 168 with MIMO CA. So you can see how the throughput was improved with the 3G, and with on the CDMA side, like I said, it was improved. It went to CDMA 2000, but still the speed was pretty low. As you can see, it was around 2.4 to 2.1, 3.1 Mbps, right? 4G. So 4G, the basic name is LTE, that is long-term evolution. With 4G.
Yeah, Mr. Naren, please try to conclude. We have a line of speakers. So
Okay.
the assigned time is around 5 to 7 minutes for each author. So
Sure.
just try to give your applications, whatever the research applications you have been in your work, so that we
Okay.
can do. Please try to conclude.
Yes, so basically 4G was again like using the technology means beyond 3G. Now you can get up to speeds of 100 Mbps, and with LT plus you could go up to even 1 Gbps, right? And it was already using MIMO and beamforming, and it was good for operators. You have multiple bandwidths that you can use, right? And it's an all IP network, so there was no voice call. Voice call was further added using voice over LTE, which uses a big IMS as an framework, that is IP multimedia subsystem, right? Then comes your 5G, that is our current technology, right? With 5G, as you can see, it has multiple applications now. With 5G, you can go up to speeds of 20 Gbps, and it uses all the features from 4G, that is multiple massive MIMO, your beamforming and everything. So 5G, what 5G basically provides is your very high throughput, that is 20 Gbps, up to 20 Gbps, and a very low latency. So the users of 5G mainly converted into real-time applications, right? So as you know, we have autonomous vehicles being tested in the United States, and then we have AR, VR experiences. And for these kind of experiences, you need real-time, high speed, and very low latencies, right? So these all applications can only be concluded using a technology that can provide very high speed on the run, right? Because these are not wired, these are all wireless. So you need something that can give a very high throughput and a very low latency. So these are means two big examples. Then you have surgeries, virtual surgeries, that will be a use case of 5G in the future. And then you have real-time mobile gaming, video streamings. All these applications require very high speed and very low latencies. So just to conclude this one, as we saw, like initially it was just focused on the voice, but later on it was shifted towards with the rise of the internet, it was focused toward higher data speeds. With every new generation, we can see there is an increase in the data speed significantly, as now we can get up to 20 Gbps. High data speeds in 5G led the app developers to develop more data-hungry apps, and which everyone uses nowadays. So these applications include like online gaming, your streaming services like YouTube, Netflix, and live streaming using Facebook Live or YouTube Live or any other of those technologies, right? Without this later your high stream, it's not even possible to do even live streaming. The live streaming that you see from users on the go are always using either 4G or 5G, right? Uh, and the newer technology will be more focused towards the even more high speed and low latency, so that you can go even to more real-time applications such as virtual surgeries, which is very much latency sensitive, right? And for 6G, we already know that it will be using the AI platform for designing new networks and optimization. So thank you. That's all from my side.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Naren Singh. That's a nice presentation, really. You have focused on basically LTE speed networks and high speed technologies for AI network design. So what about my question is about what is the scope for 6G in USA? Because 6G is most likely to use in IPTV networks. So can you focus some application of
IPTV
6G?
don't need 6G for IPTV.
Right,
IPTV is
right, right.
just need 50 milliseconds for
Right.
for latency, and 50 milliseconds you can directly
So
get from
how 6G will be progressive in US? Because in India, if we
it's
see only 5G we are having using.
Yeah, generally 6G is still in the development phase. It's not even the papers are not out yet. So, but the basic focus of 6G right now is for real-time applications, like I said. So, or private networks is one of the concepts also that can also be done using 5G and 6G. So it's like a big operator or a company can buy their own spectrum and create their own local network that will be completely internal and not connected to the outside. So those kind of things will be implemented using 6G.
Okay, right. Thank you, Narenji. Thank you for your presentation.
Dr. Narendra. Dr. Narendra.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful
1 minute,
presentation.
1 minute. There is a question from Professor Atul Sharma. Yes, please go on,
Yes.
sir.
Dr. Narendra.
Yes, tell me.
Your presentation was very good. I have just one question.
Uh-huh.
There's been generation, of this network that we have. You talked about 4G, 5G, 6G.
Yeah.
But I honestly feel that people still don't know, what's the difference between the two. If you come to the common man, the layman, he doesn't know. And
Yes, exactly.
and the other thing is, like, we are not very sure about the security aspects. Like, I know in other countries, people are aware of it very well. They're very well versed with the security aspects and all. But if you talk about India and other countries, the people are not very much aware of it. Do you agree?
Uh, if you talk about the security from network point of view, they are very secure. There is no way to go and hack the networks. It's only in movies, but in real life, you cannot hack a telephone network. The security is weak when it comes to the internet side, right?
Right.
So once you connect to the internet using your mobile phone, but till the point to from like your phone number, right? No one can duplicate that and go into the system showing that you are that user. That there is no way. There are so many security systems in place that will stop you from doing that.
Right.
Once you are connected to the network, then like you said, people are not aware how to be more secure, and
Yes.
you might do something that a virus might come to your mobile using the same network, but that's up to how the people are much aware of that security threats.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a wonderful presentation.
Now, the next author is Nisha Chaudhary. The paper ID is AEACDS 17. Nisha Chaudhary, are you in the meeting? Please share your screen.
Yeah, Miss Nisha Chaudhary, can you on your camera, please, so that we can make you co-host? Yeah, Miss Nisha, please share your screen.
Miss Nisha Chaudhary.
Please unmute yourself and share your screen. Okay, Mr. Ashish, are you ready? Hello? Mr. Ashish?
Yes,
Are you
sir.
ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, please share your screen and start with your presentation.
Okay.
Is AEACDS 14.
Yeah. Is it okay,
Yeah,
doctor?
yeah, it is okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm going to present my paper, Enhancing Seizure Detection, a Deep Learning Approach with Nonlinear Bilateral Filtering. Here, this is a layout. Introduction to seizure detection, deep learning CNN model to classify the labels, problem statement, deep learning and easy signals, literature review, non-linear bilateral filtering, easy signal episodes, research methodology, result implications, conclusion and references. So first is, what is seizure? Seizure is basically one neurological disorder, and so many people around the world, they are suffering with this disease, and we are using here our work for seizure detection. So seizure detection is basically a crucial easy signals for epilepsy treatment, and we are trying to quickly detect and accurately detect the seizure for giving a best treatment to the patient, and it is very helpful for the doctors as well, because doctors it takes much of time to recognize the seizure patterns, and with the help of deep learning concept we can really recognize it in a very quick manner and a very short time we need to analyze this particular process and all. So in this work I am using the non-linear bilateral filtering. We have different type of filtering patterns, but I'm using here non-linear bilateral filtering because it is always uh, saving the edges of the pattern of the easy signals or any image. Okay, so that's why we are recognizing the pattern to the edge of the signal. So that's why we are using here non-linear bilateral filtering. So this is the deep learning model. And in this deep learning model, we can see the layers. Here is our input data set. And this data set in the form of image. So this data set we are passing to the convolution neural network layers. This is the convolution neural network layer 1. This is the layer 2. And these are the flattened layers and dense layer dropouts and this one. So here it will be classify the labels is seizure or non-seizure for the patient. And here we are using feature extractors and feature vectors. Basically in these feature vectors we are using a technique PCA, a principal component analysis, and with the help of this we can predict the vectors and we can predict the features of the patient, and after that we can recognize in which area of the brain we have this kind of seizure activity. So here the problem statement is basically deep learning. We are using a model. This is an AI area, and its ability to evaluate the complex and unstructured data. So that's why we are going through it. And this technique is very helpful for the computer vision, natural language processing, and healthcare in recent years. But we are using here for epilepsy care. Our research is directly realized on the easy signals, and we are trying to monitor the brain activity, and it is a non-invasive disease, so it will not be spreaded by the one patient to another human being. So it is non-invasive, and easy data is very helpful for the doctors to diagnose and analyze and treating the epileptic patients. And here easy data analysis require the interpretation, and these are the basically complicated waveforms and the patterns. And as I told you, this is very difficult to recognize these patterns very with short duration of time. So that's why this technology is very helpful for us. So seizure detection is requires with the advanced technologies. So here we have many findings before, and many researchers worked on that, and it is a time consuming and difficult activity. So that's why this area is having a gap to detect the seizure accurately and on time. So for detecting the seizure, first we need to put the electrodes on the scalp, and with the help of electrodes we can get the recording of the signals of the different parts of the brain. And we have a standard system for 10-20 system, and we apply like 23 electrodes, 20 electrodes, or 30 electrodes to the every part of the brain. And after that we record the seizures and we extract the data, and with the help of this data we apply some deep learning models and classification and generalization to increase. Okay, and it is a very helpful for the neuroscience. And here I want to let you explain something about the patterns. Here we have a sharp waves, spikes, and other signs may indicate these patterns. and there is a difficulty of different type of patterns, activities, and sometimes we get a false alarm on that, and we miss the detection for the accurate identification. So in this case, we find the two techniques are very helpful for the patient, like for the researcher also, this CNN and RNN, convolution neural network and recurrent neural network data patterns. So in this way, our model can learn and can get the idea about that, extract the feature accurately, and it finds the difference between the normal brain activity and the epileptic patient activity. So we try to record the data, and after that we pass the particular data throughout the model, and model get trained about that, and after that it can get a proper result and improves the seizure detection activity. So we are using here, our work is basically focused on non-linear bilateral filtering, and this is used for refining the easy data. And non-linear bilateral filtering is a key for our method, and it is a pre-processing pipeline using to improve the easy data before deep learning model input. So with the help of this technique, we are trying to decrease the noise, and we are trying to decrease the artifacts and improve the classifications. So whatever the noise we have in our data, we can get rid of the signals, and we can get a proper signal whatever we need for our seizure detection activity. And so this approach we are using like this, and here you can see there are the epileptic episodes, and this is a non-epileptic episodes. You can see all the signals having a similar type of pattern, and there is no frequency more and no height more, so we can analyze it. It is a non-epileptic episode, and it is a healthy human being. And here you can see this is the eye blinking artifact. So whenever we need to recognize the pattern, we need to filter it, and we are using our non-linear bilateral filtering to remove this kind of artifacts, and we can continue then proper pattern where we have a epileptic episodes. Okay, so you can see in the second figure the epileptic episode patterns. In epileptic episode patterns, it is about the 1 second. The column you are seeing, this column is 1 second. So 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4 second, 5 second, 6 second, 7 second, 8 second, 9 second, 10 seconds. This is a 10 second data, and we have a same 10 second data for epileptic episode. So you can see here the patterns are drastically changing, and here the pattern is high frequency and high altitude, and even here you can see the more altitude. So this kind of pattern we can get an idea this is a abnormal activity of the brain. So whatever the brain signals are coming, and it has this kind of recording a pattern, so we can get an idea it is a abnormal activity of the brain. And even the doctor needs to check this activity, and it needs to check the whole pattern of the recording, and this recording is not about 1 minute or 2 minutes, it is about 2 hours, 24 hours, and even the 48 hours. Sometimes we are taking the recording for this kind of seizure patients, and in this way it is very difficult to the doctor to recognize the pattern, and they need to check for 48 hours, and they need to check even the 1 month for one patient. It's really hard activity. So this technology is very helpful for the doctors, for the patients, and for the staff to recognize the patterns, and they can get the treatment on time. So here this is the research methodology. In this research methodology we can see here the convolution sequential neural network model, and we are using here only the one layer convolution neural network with 32 bits, and the second convolution neural network with 64 bits, and flattened layer here is a, and this is a dense layer, and this is a dense layer too, and some of the max pooling layers in between. And these are the dense layer too. This is actually the, some are the hidden layers, some are the input, and some are the output. So here we are getting the output from this layer, and this we are taking 2 because it is a binary classification, is a non-Caesar or Caesar activity. So that's why we are taking a 2 number here. So in this model, we apply the epochs for 1 to 10, and we train the model. And after that, we consider it increases the accuracy up to 98.75% after training it. And model matches the whole training set, and validation accuracy we get 96.67%, and it's a good performance for this. And we are having a test results like test loss is 0.097, and here 96.67 accuracy for the test as well. So it matches the validation accuracy. If we see, it is very near to each other, and it demonstrates the model is working well and on the new data. So we can see the results here. Our investigation shows that our method improves the seizure detection, and traditional seizure detection approaches are less accurate than deep. So
Zoom meeting चल रही है बे.
It advances the epilepsy care by enabling more accurate early seizure detection and intervention. So you can see in this, we have one training accuracy, one validation accuracy. Both the lines are curves are very near to each other. So there is no overfitting and underfitting for this data set. So this is the well defined for the performance of the model. And here you can see in the confusion matrix, out of 66 patterns, we are accurately recognize the 64 patterns for the seizure patient. And here you can see this is 54 for the non-seizure, and we are accurately detect 52 from the non-seizure, non-epileptic patient patterns. So in conclusion, seizure detection is very essential for the epileptic treatment. And this paper uses the deep learning model and nonlinear bilateral filtering to improve the seizure detection. EEG signals are analyzed for seizure detection using deep learning. Nonlinear bilateral filtering improves the EEG data processing, improve the feature extraction and classification. The findings suggest that seizure detection
Yeah,
could
Ashish ji,
improve.
please conclude it. We have assigned only 5 to 7 minutes for each author. So please conclude this presentation.
Within 1 second, yeah. Enabling more accurate and reliable early diagnosis and intervention in epilepsy treatment. So finally, our study advances the epilepsy care, and modern techniques and new procedures will strive to improve the future of the epileptic patient with their doctors. So it helps a lot, and thank you. It is references. Thank you so much. And for this opportunity, I'm very thankful to the organizers, thankful for the getting opportunity with this international conference. Thank you. Any questions? I'm ready to answer.
I think your presentation was very good, and you're talking about some some sort of predictions, right? Medical predictions and all.
Yes, doctor.
So
Yeah.
that's good,
Yes,
and we can work together and then make some models later on. Thank you, Ashish.
Yeah.
Anybody else has any question?
Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Now, our next author is Ala Bhuvani Seidi. Their paper ID is AEACDS 05.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. To all of you, my recipients that hear me. This is Ala Bhuvani
Walaikum
Saidi.
salam. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you, sir. My topic is about, and I wireless network virtualizations that I gathered some information about it from multi papers and websites that collected what tools should we use for virtualizations of wireless networks and environments, and also how should we practice the some of technologies that we have in network wireless in here. Here I have abstract of all my research papers. So the first of all, I mentioned have a little information about the virtualization, what we call for virtualization. Virtualization is refers to creating a set of logical architecture using a given set of physical entities that in a way that is transparent to the user. There are several issues that arise regardless of the wireless network virtualization paradigm adopted, although the specifics will likely vary in a degree of complexity and extension of wired network virtualization. The technical challenge regarding the implementation, operations, and management of wireless network and network virtualization need to be better explored. In conclusion of this topic, the provisions of virtualization in wireless network promising to concept that has a potential to elevate spectrum conjunction and open up a new services. In this article, we discuss three paradigms for virtualization wireless network. One universal to across infrastructure, and the third one that is the limitations of wireless network. Here, and let's have some introduction about the topic that we have. Virtualization refers to creating a set of logical architecture using given set of physical data in a way that is transparent to the user. Virtualization of computing system is characterized by three characteristics: isolation, customization, and resource efficiency when virtualization applied to the wireless networks. Here, we have some virtualization machines that we practice our wired and our wireless network on here. For example, I bring here a WebView screenshot here, a picture. Here we can practice the networks of services. For example, the Microsoft and also the Linux operating system. We should install it here and practice our what kind of operating system and services that we have accessed here. And also the next one, there is Genistry here. We can practice our switching and routing, the Cisco approaches, and also the Cisco devices that we don't have any access on it. We do our practice and we go the packet tracer for virtual practice of our wireless networks, our wireless data that we are going to practice on it. There is, for example, here we have two laptops and PC are connected to wireless routers that the routers route or packets to the servers or the next router and also the next services. And also, there are some problems here. We cannot practice our mobility data communications in here. The next, we must have virtualizations that we could be able to practice our all data through wireless network goes on. For example, here we have an ad hoc network. In ad hoc network, we connect our mobile to the computers as a wireless, and also we can connect to the near points mobiles computers together here. The next one, that's my literature review before my topic. Who has research in this topic here? The writer is Typer and P. Chris Merchant. There's who is a writer. He says that virtualization of computer system is characterized by three characters: isolation, customization, and resource efficiency. In my objectives in this topic, what I want to get my objects that are now the network virtualizations with tools with tools we have in what kind of tools we have in network practice of that. The second one, to find out the limitation of virtualization, how much the virtualizations has its limitations. For example, totally we cannot practice all the components and all commands that we have in some of devices. For example, I want to have some I want to do practice on some of devices. For example, we should say that some of routers that we have, images that we have in packet tracers, and also that we have in Genistry. Here, it does not work all commands completely in a network. The third one, to find out the components. What types of components do we have in a network? For the scope, my scope is my topic is working on or discuss on virtualization of wireless network approach, where the wireless devices should practice. This topic only discuss or research or collect research to collect all the informations and data where the wireless devices or wireless network must be practiced or should be practiced.
Please conclude. Hello. Please conclude the presentation, sir. Actually, we have a line of speaker. Okay, just conclude it.
The conclusion of myself, the provisions of virtualization. Okay, the provisions of virtualization wireless network is a promising concept that the potential to alleviate spectrum congestion and open up new services. In this article, we discuss three paradigms for virtualization wireless network. The one, universal, two, cross infrastructure, limited intra-infrastructure. Paradigm differ in degree of virtualization and infrastructure sharing. Each paradigm includes the technical and non-technical hurdles to overcome before wireless virtualization become the widespread separate technology. To make wireless network virtualization to reality, this challenge requires careful design and evaluation. Here, these are my references that I collected data from that. And this is my academic papers where I get some of these informations. Again, thank you to all of you, my recipient, especially Dr. Saib Sharma, and also the others directors who prepared this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Vajal. Thank you.
Saidi,
yes,
your presentation was very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Bye.
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, Shivguru, you are in the meeting. Hello. Yeah, Shivguru, please unmute yourself.
Oh, yes, sir. I am in the meeting, sir.
Yeah, present your paper.
Sure, sir.
Is Shiv Guru, and the paper ID is AEACDS 19.
Yeah, Shivguru, please complete your presentation in 5 to 7 minutes. Please share your screen.
Sir, screen is visible, sir.
No, it is not visible. Just share.
Just a
After
second.
Shivguru, we have Dr. Pankaj Kumar Jain, sir. You will be ready after Shivguru, right?
Okay.
Sir, screen is visible?
Yeah, your screen is visible. Please go ahead. On your camera as well.
I am presenting in my mobile phone, sir. That's why the camera is not a visible one, sir. That's why.
Okay, you will present. You will take only 5 to 7 minutes. Yes, start.
Sure, sir. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Shivaguru. I'm working as assistant professor in Knowledge Institute of Technology, Salem. My paper title is Assessing Cybersecurity Awareness and Preparedness of as a survey paper. It's mainly focused on cybersecurity awareness. Is that knowledge and understanding the individual have about protecting digital system and data. It involves recognizing cyber threats, understanding associate risk, and adapting self practices. These are all the things will be covered in this survey paper. This awareness aims to defend both individual and organizations from cyber indicates, typically narrated through training and ongoing educations. This preparation is in educations in the school sector and pressure towards the personal data about staff, students, and their parents, making them prime target of the branches. This is the more mainly focused on this all things. So mainly focused on the need for cyber security is our society is more technologically reliant than every before, and various aspects of the being having driven by the technological power, industries, laws and orders, safety, etc. So all those things will be covered. In cyber security aspects, they gain prominent importance as improve their protecting the data source in IT infrastructure. Also, their used organization who are the misbehaving persons is misused their data. This is the major focused on the need for cyber security. This includes sensitive data, official data, personal identifiable data, then protected health information related data, personal information, intellectual property rights. These are all the things will be protected, need protection. That's why the cyber security is more needed. Our goal for cybersecurity is mainly focused on three categories like confidentiality, integrity, availability. These are the three major things will be focused on cybersecurity aspects. Mainly, the attackers are focused on hardware part, software part, then data part, and the internet or networks. These are all the things will be focused on the attacker. Based on these things, the attackers will be focused, and our data will be theft from the particular persons will be our data mainly focused. In accessing awareness preparation level, we are focusing on these levels. First one is preventing of cyber attacks. The preventing of cyber attacks mostly focused on four things. First one is turned on a manufacturer authentication, importance multi-factory authentication level of focused. Second one is updating of your software, updating your software's levels. All those things will be updated. Then third one is think before you click. Whenever or particular message will arise now, first of all, think this message is used for us or don't use for unwanted messages. All those things will be focused. After that, they click the particular message. Then fourth one is used strong password. The password is hacking is very common one nowadays. So that's why we are focused on a strong password. Second one is mitigation of risk. Whenever the risk factor focused on minimize the risk, harmful particular risk. Once the risk is factor is minimal, our data will be more protected. That's why the mitigation of risk is more focused on here. The third one is compliance with the regulations. The regulations was focused on organization level. We are focusing on laws, regulations, guidance, all the specific relevant things will be used for one particular business processing data. So that's why we are including for compliance with regulations. Next one is self-sensitive, self-guarding sensitive data. In the self-guarding sensitive data, we'll focus on sharing responsibilities that require the multi-layered approach. Why we are using for multi-layered approach security level? No? So we are focused on one or two levels means we are the attacker will easily demolish the particular levels. That's why we are using for multi-layered approach level. Next one is a business continuity. So in the business continuity levels, it's mainly focused on the readiness of maintain critical functions after an emergency or emergency level or distribution level. Why? Because our we are critical focused. No? One business will demolish. No? The level of business or mitigation levels or critical levels are very less. That's why these levels are focused on our cyber security aspects. Next one is methodology. First, we are improving our security level. We are focused on this following methodology. First, risk assessment. The process of used identification potential hazards and analyzing what could happen in the disaster or disaster occurs. The assessment is mainly focused on the risk assess. Next one is security policy development. The security policy development will mainly focused on integrated part of any information security program. The security programs mainly sets the standard of implementation of all controls associated with managing the risk associated with the organization. Information security plans, all those things will be focused on. Next one is a security control implementation. The security controls are parameter implemented to be protected various forms and data are in our infrastructure level. Next one is security awareness and training. In the security awareness training, mainly focused on teachers, employers, how protect their organization assets, data and financial resources. All those things will be under the security awareness and training levels. Next one is indicate detection and response. In this indication detection response level is mainly focused on AWS level, Amazon Web Service levels. It indicates the detection response to enterprises supports customers perspective level. We mainly focused on these levels. So these are all the mainly focused on the methodology. Next one is cybersecurity parameters. These are all the cybersecurity majorly focused on parameters: confidentiality, integrity, availability, authentication, authorization, non-repudiation, risk assessment, indicating response, encryption. These will mainly focus on this parameter. Now our data will be more secure. This resultant discussion part mainly focused on demographical analysis, level of cybersecurity awareness will mainly focus more number of cybersecurity kind of things. So that's why our level of cybersecurity awareness program will be conducted. Then cybersecurity practices, then identification gaps and challenges. So these are some of the will focus on the methodological. This result will come. Then recommendation. What our recommendation is mainly focused on enriching cybersecurity awareness program to the school level students, college level students, or business organization level faculty members. All those members now we will conduct more number of cybersecurity related program. Then only they are getting the awareness, basic kind of awareness. Then strengthening the cybersecurity. Cybersecurity levels will be strengthening. Why? Because our data is more precious. That's why the theft we are protecting our data. Now we are strengthening our cybersecurity levels. Then training and education programs. When once the employee level or students level, we are conducting more number of training related kind of things. So then only we can focus on these levels. The most probably in email sector, what all things will be don't do in the sense now. Don't respond to email receiving from the strangers. Don't click unwanted, unknown or untrusted sources. Don't send personal or sensitive information to the unknown person like credit card numbers, passwords. Like these things don't send to the common persons. In mobile aspects also there are some kind of confidential level. Don't pick the unwanted cards. Don't unwanted mobile phones or mobile number don't use for don't share your mobile number to unknown persons. These are things will be focused. So after the conclusion, in our survey finding have provide vulnerability illness of the current state of cybersecurity awareness. Nowadays we are focusing on many cyber threats in our nowadays. So we are focused mainly to protect our data and protect our organization level, more things is level. So the analysis of cybersecurity awareness has highlighted two knowledge gaps to need to address the throughout the targeted awareness of camping or educational programs. Likewise, only we are improving our awareness of cybersecurity. The analysis of cybersecurity practices and measuring the identification areas of improving, such as adaptation of robustness security, measuring the implementation of indication response, plans and data backup protections. Once you share the data means, first of all, you back up the data. After that, you will share that particular data. Once the third party persons will demolishing the particular data means our backup will backup will support for the future also. Okay, this is the our survey paper of regarding the cyber security awareness for school level, business level people. All those level peoples will be presented here. So once again, I will thank for organizing team and committee members, those who are part of these programs. Once again, I thank you everyone for giving this opportunity. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Shivguru. Thank you. This is nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for wonderful presentation.
Yeah, now we have Dr. Jain. Please, sir, share your screen and on your camera.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
The next speaker is Dr. Pankaj Kumar Jain. The paper ID is AEACDS 13.
My screen is visible, sir?
Yeah, it is visible. Just put it in F5 slide show more.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. And today I am very thankful to all of you so that I can present my paper in a wonderful conference, that is the 4th International Conference on Computing and Data Science. My theme is artificial intelligence and the financial services. That is the beginning of new era. It is just based on some survey study. First of all, introduction part, the economics and the finance, everybody know that the progress with each other and with the broad AI family, everybody aware about the artificial intelligence and their role in the financial services. The recent ecofin revolution and paradigm shift driven by the new generation AI and the data science advancement, and few of them is based on the services, media, communication, and broadly we divide into two ways.
Click on the computer F5 of your full screen.
Is it any problem?
For slides here.
Just a minute.
Sir, please share your slides.
Okay. Just a minute, ma'am. Just a minute.
Sir, please on your camera.
Ma'am, basically the internet signal is weak. That's why I make a camera is able.
Okay, fine, sir. Fine. Please continue, sir.
The slide is visible or not?
Yes, sir. Slides are visible.
Visible, na?
Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
Okay. Done. Now the first one is the introduction. Basically, we divide this services and this based on the AI tools in two categories. One of that is a classic method, which everybody aware that is including some AI logics, planning, DSS, smart system, and the NLP based. And the another one is the ultra modern method, that is basically recent advances in representation of learning, machine learning, optimization, data analytics, and data mining, and some new the quantum computing and deep learning methods. Next, there is the economic and financial data and challenges which we face during with the technology. First of one is that the innovation challenges, that is the method for inventing novel, efficient, and intelligent mechanism that is related with the product, services, and platform. That is known as an innovation. Second one is the business complexity. That is similar as the method of representing, learning, and managing the work mechanism structures. Every organization, every business firm have a different structures, different intention and the relation and their structures. Third one is the organizational and the operational complexity. you know that there's every organization have different operation and the organization structure, and they have some sectoral demands. Depending on that sectoral demands, they have a individual customer list, and that makes some complexity in with the interacting with the AI. And the next one is the human and the social complexity. That is basically the managing the diversity and the inconsistency of the participants' emotional and technical capability and their performance. Next one is the data complexity. That is the extracting and representing, how you represent the data, how you extract the data, what is the analyzing and managing data qualities, issues, misinformation, and complicated data structure which we face while we are interacting the financial service with the AI tools. Next one is the dynamic complexity, similar as the modeling, predicting and managing evolving non-stationary behavior, events, and the activity performed by the individual customer as well as the batch market and the product. That is the basic some complexity which we cover in this survey paper. Next one is the use cases of AI and the machine learning, which generally already aware of that. First one is the credit scoring, insurance, and the client-facing chatbots. Number of example we are facing day by day. That is the credit score, that is known as the CIBIL score, and the client-facing chatbots we are facing in Zomato, Swiggy, a number of organizations. AI and the machine learning are already being applied in the front of all financial institutions. Large-scale client data are fed into the new algorithm to access the credit quality and thus to price the loan on the basis of some credit score. Similarly, the data can help in assess the risk for selling and pricing the insurance policy based on the CIBIL score. Next one is the credit score application. Similarly, this credit scoring, insurance, and client-facing chatbots, some credit scoring tools also are available depending on the machine learning designed to speed up the lending decision. Lending decision means on the basis of this score, some decisions are taken by the firm and the retail clients. Next one is the it is used in pricing, marketing, and managing the insurance policy. Basically, it is known as an insurtech. Adoption of AI and machine learning application in insurance technology is particularly high. Next one is a client-facing chatbots. Chatbots are the virtual assistants. Everybody know that help the customer to solve the problem. These are basically based on some NLP. Either it may be in the form of text or in the form of voice. And they have a number of range in financial terms. Operational focus base we are using in back offices also, and trading and portfolio management, it is also used in financial management along with your AI tools. Next one is some methods which are generally adopted in the financial tech organization, and I try to cover the few of them. First one is that data development analysis, that is the DEA. It is particularly evaluation of the efficiency of banking. It is based on the linear programming model. And in DEA framework with multiple input and output, the efficiency score is calculated in the form of weighted terms. Next one is the agent-based model, that is generally known as an ABMs. Agent-based models are the computational model in which the individual or the agent representing as a unique and separate entity that interact with each other during the programming. And the next one is the fuzzy logic. Fuzzy logic is generally principle convert the imprecise information into the numerical values, and it deal when the boundary of a sets are not sharply defined, or you can say that the precisely defined. Next method that is found, that is a Monte Carlo simulation, where the simulation approaches is used. We use the MC, and you know that the outcome it is generally used where the outcome of uncertain events and improve the decision making under condition of uncertainty. Next is the SVM, that is a machine learning technique, neural network. It is also everybody aware about that. That is the computation model that resembles the operation of human brain and the learning from the input in order to provide some calculated output so that the firm can take the decision. On the basis of this article basically represent a survey study about the AI tools and technique which is used in the fintech organization. Finally, the number of firms are using the chatbots, NLP, and machine learning. They are more focused on machine learning and big database analysis. And the future research could also apply to the other AI method, that is unsupervised machine learning, or you can say that the combination of OR and AI technique in the fintech organization. Thank you. Thank you to all of you to hear me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for wonderful presentation. Now,
our next author is Taruna Singh from USA, California. Their paper ID is AEACDS 06.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, Ms. Taruna. Please continue your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Tarna Singh. First of all, I would like to thank you, IPM University, for giving us this opportunity. Today, I'm going to present the topic fashion designing with AI. So first of all, let's discuss what is AI. In very simple word, AI is the science of making machine that can think like human. It can do the things that considered smart. AI technology can process large amount of data in way unlike humans. The goal for AI is to able to do things such as recognize patterns, make decisions, and judge like humans. Now let's talk about 1 second. Sorry. Slide. Um, Yeah, sorry. Okay. Now let's talk about the intricate fusion of AI and fashion industry. The world of fashion is no strange to embracing technology to enhance creativity, design, efficiency. It has become an indispensable tool that is reshaping the way how fashion industry operates. Traditionally, fashion designers have relied on their intuition, creativity to new collection. However, AI algorithm now analyze vast amount of data from historical trends, customer preference, and market insight to predict emerging styles and tailor new design. Fashion brands are increasingly collaborating with AI system to generate unique patterns, color combination, and even entire garment design, providing designer with a fresh perspective and saving valuable item in the creative process. Now let's have a look how AI is being used in fashion industry. So yeah, design inspiration. AI can analyze vast amount of fashion design, trends, and historical design to provide inspiration to designers. Second is fabric selection. It can assist in selecting the fabric by analyzing their properties, texture, and sustainability factors. Third point is pattern generation. AI algorithm can generate intricate patterns and design, saving time for designers and providing fresh ideas. Fourth is personalized fashion. AI can be used to create personalized fashion items based on customer preference, their choice, and measurement. Um, and measurement. So
Mic connection.
please, Taruna ma'am, check your mic connections.
sorry. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Sorry. So these are the few of application of AI in fashion industry. Similarly, some of more technologies are getting introduced in fashion world to make it more advanced and creative. This is a technology actually we can't ignore. We all have to learn about it, and at certain point we all have to learn about it. It enables mass customization in fashion by analyzing customer data and preferences. Brands can create bespoke clothing for individual customers on larger scale than ever before. It can merge different eras or culture, creating entirely new and unique fashion aesthetic. For example, it can blend elements of vintage fashion with modern design, resulting in different creation that push the boundaries of traditional fashion. Okay, now 3D design and with virtual prototyping. It allows designer to visualize their creation in 3 dimensions before producing physical samples. This is not only to speed up the process, but also to reduce the need for physical materials. So with all above discussion, we can conclude the integration of AI into fashion industry is a multi-featured process that touches every aspects of industries from creativity to production to sustainability to customer engagement. It is powerful tool that empowers designers to innovate, reduce waste, and meet the demands of fashion conscious customers. Now let's discuss a few AI tools which are used by fashion industries. So first one is visual sound. Visual sounds helps you to create an infinity of realistic looking product images to feed your mod boards and to boost your design process. The second is Cala, C-A-L-A. Cala is a leading fashion design that interfere that unifies the entire design process from product ideation to all the way through e-commerce enablement and other fulfillment into a single digital program. And third is Findback, which I even used, the revolutionary website that utilize cutting edge of AI technology to help to discover the perfect bag to match your style and need. And fourth is very interesting, that is virtual dressing room. Virtual dressing room is an innovative fitting room application that changes the way we shop for clothes. Considering your body measurement, the application creates customized avatars and you can try on outfit to see how they will look in real time. There are thousands of different applications which are used by designers, customer, retailers, and to fulfill the need. Okay. Then there are numbers of high-end brand which are using AI to enhance their business. We can take one example like Dior. Use an AI chat box to communicate with customers via Facebook, Messenger, and WhatsApp, offering personalized interactions and a fun experience through use of emojis and GIF. Okay. Then we can take Nike. It enhanced customers' experience through hyper-accurate shoe fitting, personalized offers, and virtual assistants. Advanced analytics have been adapted in Nike's supply chains to improve speed, accuracy, and sustainability. Whether through AI chatbot personalization or trend forecasting, AI is already helping both small and big fashion companies promote good and improve sales, enhance the customer experience. What you think, how will AI change the fashion trend? So it can help in predicting demand more accurately, which can minimize overproduction, reduce waste, and make fashion more sustainable. It can also help in identifying potential issues in the supply chain before become a problem, ensuring smooth operation and timely delivery. And one of the very interesting application of AI is smart mirror, which are coming in 2030 fusion, like retail giants such as H&M, RLR among the companies to have already adopted this innovation. Smart mirrors are extension of virtual try-on, allowing customers you can without changing the outfit, you can explore more outfit with this virtual try-on technique. Fashion industries have been starting using AI generated fashion models. So let's see what are the disadvantages and advantages of using fashion models. So first advantage is diversity. The models can be created to represent wide range of body types,
Please,
ages,
ma'am,
color, ethnicity.
conclude your presentation within 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, sure. Which can more authenticity and confident to customer for their styling. They can choose what actually looking good on them. Second is cost effectiveness. They can create models and used this at much lower cost than traditional human models. Flexibility and sustainability. They can be used to create visual fashion shows by eliminate the need of physical Photoshop and travels. So let's discuss some of the disadvantages. So lack of human connection and emotion. This is always actually, I mean, nobody or no robotic can replace the human emotion. Human models can bring that emotion which robot can't be. limited creativity and adaptability. When it comes to fashion, I think there is no and, but AI generated models are limited by the data and they are trained on. A human brain can truly very creative when it comes to fashion. So now a big question that comes on everybody's mind: can this AI can replace the fashion industry or in every field or something? Like, can it replace the human? So in my opinion, I think my answer is no. AI is transforming the world, but the fast growing technology never been replacement of original creativity. So the role of fashion designers being replaced entirely by AI is highly unlikely. The creative and artistic aspects of fashion design are still driven by human creativity and intuitions and personal expression. Ultimately, fashion is the art of form that compresses cultural, emotional, aesthetic element, which makes it deeply rooted in human creativity. So let's embrace the change and make together with the growing demand of AI. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for your very valuable speech on fashion designing.
Thank you so much.
If audience have any questions, they can ask. So we will continue with the next speaker.
Now,
Thank you.
next author is Anita. The paper ID is AEACDS20.
Hello, Anita from Knowledge Institute of Technology, Salem. Are you there? Yeah. Please on your camera. Unmute yourself. Anita, please unmute yourself and on your camera. Yeah, Anita, just put your presentation in slideshow F5. Just from your laptop, press F5 key. F5 key. Put in presentation mode and unmute yourself and present. Anita, we are not able to hear you. Please. Yeah, we are not able to hear you. We can see your slide, but we are not able to hear you. Unmute yourself. Or you will rejoin after the next speaker. If there is a problem, you will rejoin.
Now, there is the technical issues. We will again connect with you. Now, the next author is Nisha Chaudhary. The paper ID is AEACDS17. Are you in the meeting, ma'am? Please share your screen. Nisha Chaudhary. 3 बजे बोला ना निशा चौधरी इधर है वो ऑनलाइन है नहीं है ना वो 3 बजे बोला निशा चौधरी वेट मोड ही है
Anita, hello. Are you in the meeting? Are you able to present your paper? If you are able to present, just share your screen once again. And Kritika Guragan from Nepal, please ready. Yeah, Anita, we can see your slide. No, you are not audible, Anita. If you have a problem, any issue, you can join afterwards. Just check your system. Yeah, Anita, you will present afterwards. Just check your system. We will give you the time. We are waiting till 4 o'clock. So you will rejoin us, right? Okay. Yeah, Kritika Gurain, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Next author is Kritika from Nepal College of Management. The paper ID is AEACDS. Please, Assistant Professor Kritika.
Is my screen visible?
Please go ahead, Kritika.
Is my screen visible?
It, uh, please go ahead.
Yes, your screen is visible. Go ahead.
Screen is visible. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings to you all. My name is Kritika Guragai. I am BBA graduate from Kathmandu University. I am here as a research presenter in this international conference held by IPEM on the topic entitled as Green Banking Applications by Commercial Banks in Kathmandu District. Green banking is still in its early age in most parts of the world. It is a new type of banking that is aimed at protecting the environment and promoting sustainable development. Banks are concentrating on a variety of environmental protection initiatives, such as promoting bicycles as an emission-free mode of transportation, providing witnessing loan packages for environmentally friendly items. The green banking system has several advantages since its products assist to cut down on paper use and save the environment. In order to obtain the most possible environmental advantages, green banking practices in developing nations like Nepal are supplemented by implementation of green banking. Strategies for green banking have two parts. Number one, managing environmental risk, and number two, developing financial services and solutions that promote economic growth that is environmentally friendly. Banks have option to stop funding projects with high degree of risk. In order to build a robust and prosperous low carbon economy, banks are voluntarily adopting a set of standards for handling social and economical concerns associated to funding of development projects, both inside and outside of their respected organization. In our globalization world, the function of green banking is required to be observed at all stages of business process while keeping in mind all the factors associated to environmental protection. In this research, we have three research questions. Do green investment affect or enhance the financial effectiveness of commercial bank? Does green business strategy enhance or affect the financial effectiveness of commercial banks? And number three, do green product and services affect or enhance the effectiveness of commercial banks? This research paper have three main objectives, which are as follows: to identify which commercial banks in the Kathmandu district use green banking services, to investigate the connection between green banking practices and how Kathmandu's commercial banks customers sees their financial success, and to analyze the impact of green banking practices on the established financial standing of commercial banks in Kathmandu. Looking towards conceptual framework, my independent variables are green investment, green business strategies, green product and services, whereas effectiveness is the dependent variable. Here, there are three hypotheses, which are green investment have significant and positive relation with banks' effectiveness. Hypothesis 2 states that green product and services has a positive and significant relationship with effectiveness in bank performance. Green business strategies shows a positive and significant relationship with banks' effectiveness, being hypothesis 3. Looking in the literature review, there are studies done in the green banking topic. Some of the research works from these authors and their major findings drew my attention more, and their findings gave me a background information which helped in my study development. Seeing methodology, research design, this study employed descriptive and casual comparative research design. In this study, structural questionnaire adopted from previous standardized scale were used. The sample random and convenient sampling method has been selected for the purpose of the study. The population of the study constitutes officers, managers, assistant managers, assistant and employees working in 6 different commercial banks operated in Kathmandu Valley. The study has focused on green banking practices and financial effectiveness performance of 225 employees from 2 government commercial banks, that are ADBL, RBB, and 4 private commercial banks, that are Lakshmi Bank, NIMB, Global IME, and NHC Asia. The questionnaire was simple and understandable to all level of employees, and this study has also used both the descriptive and exploratory research. EFA and CFA was conducted to assess the reliability, modal fit, validity concerns. Similarly, structural equation modeling was used to evaluate the effect of green banking factors of financial effectiveness of the bank. From the analysis of data, firstly, KMO and Butler's test were run. Here, in KMO, in the KMO and Butler's test, we have figured out that KMO has been greater than 0.7, which indicates that the sample is adequate and we can further process in EFA analysis. And similar goes to Butler's test, as the p-value is greater than 0.6, which indicates that sample is adequate as a whole. Seeing reliability and validity table, we can see that composite reliability is greater than 0.7, meeting the threshold that all the variables are reliable. Similarly, conversion validity, looking in the AVE and MSP table, we can see that AVE is greater than 0.5, which states that the data are reliable and they are valid. Adequate discriminant validity was observed as the diagonal value is greater than the correlations and the variables are not overlapped among each others. Looking towards the model fit table, all the measures have met their respective thresholds, which concluded that these measures and these variables and the research model fit was excellent. From the correlation table, we can see that the dependent variable and dependent variable is positively and significantly linked with dependent variable, that is effectiveness, having green investment 0.408, green banking 0.636, and green product and services 0.845. Similarly, while running regression, we had this table indicates that independent variable was influenced by dependent variable and is positive and significant towards each other. And it has concluded that there is a significant association between experiences of the banks and their opinion about adoption of green banking system in commercial banks. Commercial banks provide almost all kinds of green banking services, ranging from online banks, mobile banking, banking through ATMs, green deposit, green mortgage loans, green credit cards, and green reward checking accounts. This study also found that the employees are getting diverted from traditional banking activities and are replacing their traditional banking activities by adopting green banking services like internet banking, mobile banking, banking through ATMs, as green banking services save their lots of time and also save them with all the paperwork which makes their activities and bank work a complex procedures. Green banking services are available 24/7, so it can be easily accessible at any time during any day. Banks are adopting green banking services to save environment from carbon footprints from banking activities. Not only commercial banks, not only government banks, but green banking services and green banks have been helping government to enhance their sustainable development and also boosting their profitability. At the beginning, while in the process of green investment, banks are more skeptical about their profitability, cost saving, but eventually, with low carbon footprints, low use of paper, and more recycling, they eventually move from attention to profitability and achieve their goals. So to sum up this whole research work, green banking helps to create effective, time-saving, easy to use of banking services and has reached identified and secured opportunities for banking customers as well as employees as well as government too. The study found that the existence of green consumers in Nepal gives opportunities for bank to expand their business in an environmentally friendly product. Green banking service is a practical way of future sustainability and a long-term business strategy that aims for sustainable environmental conservation rather than profit. In terms of relationship between green banking practices, all the analysis of data has concluded and it has indicated that there is a comparatively strong correlation between green investment, green business strategy, and green product and service in the financial effectiveness of the bank. Here in the recommendation and future scope in this research, I have missed a lot of things which should be included, and in the further days to come, this research can be done more deeply by including other independent variables in the study, adding mediating or moderating variables in them, just maximizing the sample size and using a wide study location. And also this research has missed the problems and prospects of the green banking system, which can be further studied more. So by saying this much, thank you for your patience. If you have any queries, please let me know.
Hello, Kritika? Kritika?
Yes, sir.
Your presentation was very good.
Thank you, sir.
I think you have done a lot of the groundwork you have done, which is very clearly visible
In fact, the data set that you have taken, I can understand that you have done it on the facts, facts and figures, and then you have analyzed it, regression, and all sorts of tests. Really, it's a good work, and I would say the credit goes to your college, Dr. Prem. Both of you were excellent.
Thank you. Thank you, Vikram. Now, wonderful presentation. Now, the next author is Vimal Kirti Viswajit. The paper ID is AEACDS 18. Vimal Kirti Viswajit, are you in the meeting, sir?
Yeah, he's the meeting. Just share your screen, Vimal.
Yes, sir. Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving this wonderful platform for presenting my paper. Just one second. Yes. So my paper is on artificial intelligence, a revolution or a future threat. So as you all know that this topic is the hot topic right now in everywhere in the every corner of the world, and everyone knows that right now AI only have or at least it is showing only the benefits, but no one knows the real threat it have or it may can show in future. So that is the thing which I have discussed and researched in this paper. So let's continue. Mm, Introduction. So everyone knows that AI have a concern of job loss all over the world, as according to the recent data, around 4,000 jobs has been lost in US alone, and around 1.4 million jobs has been lost by Indians in last 5 years because of AI. And it is also stated in Challenges Gray, and it is the data from Challenges Gray and Christmas. However, some experts suggest that AI could also create a new job and enhance existing ones. But we can't ignore the fact that it also will lower the workforce of a company, which can uh, result in job losses. And as we all know that AI is rapidly growing because of the new technology and revolution of the upcoming technologies. So yeah, it's like job losses. AI can take over several manual jobs in various industries, and in fact, it is doing so, which can lead to catastrophic job losses. According to a report of Goldman Sachs, 300 million jobs could be lost or over dismissed by AI by 2030. 11.8 million Indians could lose their jobs to AI automation. So, job loss is a very big concern because of AI. And second, the threat to human autonomy and agency. Network AI can amplify the human effectiveness, but also threaten human autonomy and agencies. AI technologies are already used to dynamically personalize individual choices, environment to personalize, patternistic nudge, deceive, and even manipulate behavior of unprecedented manner. AI is undoubtedly brought a transformative advancement to various aspects of human life, but it also raises significant concern regarding to threat to human autonomy and agency. These concerns are not limited to any specific region and have global implications. In India, around the world, several key threats to human autonomy and agency due to AI have been emerged. One prominent concern is the potential loss of employment opportunities. In India, a country with significant IT industry and adoption of AI and automation technologies poses a challenge of million of workers who may face job displacement. According to a report by the World Economic Forum, by 2025, approximately 52% of the India's working population could be at risk of job displacement due to automation. This is not only affect livelihood, but also erodes the sense of personal agency when individual feels powerless in the face of job losses. Third, control and manipulation of people. As we all know that AI is based on the data banks provided on the internet, where everyone's data and privacy can be breached with the high advancement of AI technologies. And one significant concern of the potential for governments, corporation, or malicious actors to use AI to monitor and manipulate individuals. Surveillance system powered by AI can track people's movement and activities on a unprecedented scale, infringing on privacy and civil liberties. Additionally, AI algorithm can employed to spread disinformation and manipulate public opinion, posing a threat to democratic processes. Statistics show that the extent of these concern, according to a report, India has been significant increase in the adoption of surveillance technologies, and there is a growth awareness of the need for data privacy and security. Globally, misinformation and deepfakes video on the rise, with AI playing a central role in their creation. For example, recent uh, study conducted by a cybersecurity firm found a 300% increase in deepfake videos on the internet within a year just because of AI. So to address these challenges, it is crucial for government, businesses, and civil society to work together to establish responsible AI guidelines. Fourth, legal weapon capacity. The integration of AI and its ever-expanding capacities has become a significant concern for the people in India and all around the world. AI technologies have the potential to be transformative and in some cases lethal. This concerns arises from the increasing use of AI in various domains, including military and security applications, where autonomous weapon system can have devastating consequences. With the proliferation of AI-driven weaponry, the risk of the unintentional and malicious misuse grows. Statistics are growing adoption of AI in India and globally. India, with its burgeoning tech industry and a vast population, is the prime hub of AI development and deployment. This technology has the potential to improve efficiency in various sectors from healthcare to agriculture. However, it also raises ethical questions and fear that will be able to control or hack into super secured and encrypted codes of missile which are carried by the most of the country's president and higher officials. Fifth, existence to threat existential threat to humanity. The rapid advancement of AI has raised concern about its potential existential threat to humanity, both in India and around the world. While AI offers immense promises in various fields, it also poses a significant risk. One major concern is the deployment of a super intelligent AI system that could surpass the human capabilities, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences if not properly controlled. In India, as in many countries, the adoption of AI has been on the rise. According to a 2021 report, NASSCOM, the Indian IT Industry Association, the AI market in India was projected to reach 7.7 billion by 2023. The growth brings other opportunities, both opportunities and challenges, as it requires responsible governments to ensure AI ethical and safe use. India has made effort to develop AI ethics guidelines by the pace of AI advancement, often outstripped regulatory efforts. On a global scale, renowned figure in science and technology such as Elon Musk and Stephen Hawking have warned about the existential risk and force possessed by the AI. So here's my research work. I AI is a topic of concern of everyone, just like once the internet was. As we all know that when internet was launched, everyone was concerned that it will take many job, and it will be a concern of privacy. As we all know, in a current time, it is also still a concern of privacy, and it is taking a job of many persons right now also. Uh, and with the new technologies like Web3, AI can be very brutal for upcoming time. And with new technologies
Yeah,
the
Mr.
latest
Vishwajit,
Snapdragon
please
generation.
conclude. Hello. Please
Yeah,
conclude.
yes, sir.
Only 5 to 7 minutes we are giving for one speaker. Please conclude. Just come to your conclusion slide.
Uh, so AI indeed is a boon to, but everyone, but at the same time, it is a threat to mankind, which can't be ignored. As well as we all know, when internet came out in our life, it was a whole new different world, just like AI. But even then, everyone was clear that internet will be change our life more in a negative way than in a positive way, which is did. And in case of AI, it is the same. So in the and it depends on us whether we can use it or misuse it. AI even reduces the hassle and time for our work, but at the same time, it threatens our privacy and our leadership, and most important, our intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for wonderful presentation. Now, the next author is Anita. The paper ID is AEACDS 20.
Yeah, Anita, share your screen. Vishwajit, please share your screen.
Yes, sir. Am I audible and the screen is visible?
Yeah, you are now audible.
Yeah.
Please share your
Sorry for
screen.
the inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen.
You share your screen and or your camera.
Okay. So I'm Anita, a professor in Kyoto, Salem, and our survey is about cloud computing concepts, challenges, and future
We are not able
directions.
to share your screen. Please share.
Screen visible in there also.
Now, yeah, now it's okay. Just in
Yes.
slideshow mode.
Yeah. So I'm Anita, a professor in Kyoto, Salem. So our topic is cloud computing and its concepts, challenges, and future directions. So the introduction goes, cloud computing has emerged as a revolutionary technology that offers scalable, on-demand computing resources over the internet. This survey paper aims to provide a comprehensive overview of cloud computing, including fundamental concepts, key characteristics, service model, and etc. This paper aims to provide a holistic understanding of cloud computing, enabling readers to make informed informations and gain insights into the future of this technology. The scope of this survey paper encompasses various aspects of cloud computing, like different service models such as infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Different deployment models such as public, private, hybrid, and community clouds. Furthermore, this paper explores the current state of cloud computing adoption, security and privacy concerns, and emerging trends and future directions in this field. And the research areas are artificial intelligence and machine learning integration. Cloud platforms will incorporate AI and ML capabilities, enabling organizations to leverage advancements in analytics, automation, and predictive capabilities. Serverless computing. Function as service and serverless computing will continue to gain popularity, allowing organizations to focus on application logic while leaving infrastructure management to cloud providers. Enhance security and privacy. Cloud providers will invest in advancement security measures, encryption techniques, and compliance frameworks to address security and privacy concerns. So the future trends of cloud computing are quantum computing. As quantum computing technology advances, cloud providers may offer quantum computing services, enabling organizations to solve complex problems at unprecedented speeds. Blockchain and distributed ledger technology. Cloud computing can benefit from transparency, security, and decentralized nature of blockchain technology. Integration of blockchain with the cloud can enhance data integrity, privacy, and trust in cloud based applications and services. So, the cloud architecture analysis. The main components include the cloud service provider, who owns and manages the cloud infrastructure, the cloud service consumer, who utilizes the cloud resources, and the network infrastructure that connects them. The architecture typically consists of data centers, which house the physical infrastructure and virtualization technologies that enable the creation and management of virtual resources. Cloud
Sorry, come
service
again.
models and results. Infrastructure as service, platform as a service, software as a service, function as a service, and hybrid. So,
All right,
cloud
all right.
deployment models are
Yeah, I
public
got you.
cloud, private
I got
cloud,
you. So you are
hybrid
alum.
cloud, community cloud.
No
This,
problem.
so the conclusion of cloud computing is
Yes, you
the
have to
survey
keep it.
highlighted the various service and deployment models of cloud computing and discussed the challenges related to security and privacy, data management, and performance and scalability. Additionally, the survey explored the future directions of cloud computing, including the emerging trends of edge computing, serverless computing, and hybrid cloud and multi cloud deployments. The implication drawn from this survey suggests the need for further research in areas such as security and privacy, data management, performance and scalability, edge computing, serverless computing, and hybrid cloud and multi cloud deployments. By addressing these research gaps, the IT industry can unlock the future potential of cloud computing and drive innovation in the field. So we took this references from here. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anita. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Anita, for a wonderful presentation. Now, the next author is Nishat Chaudhary. The paper ID is AEACDS 70.
Hello, Kanchan, you are in the meeting? Chirag, you are in the meeting? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Please, Kanchan, share your screen. Kanchan Mishra, are you there?
Yes, sir.
डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहा है दोबारा करो. कंचन मिश्रा.
Yes, sir.
The Kanchan Mishra is not connected with us. The next author is Chirag.
Chirag, you are in the meeting?
Yes, sir. I am here, sir.
Please share
Let
your
me
screen.
just.
कंचन मिश्रा ने स्क्रीन शेयर कर दिया अपनी श्वेता चौधरी.
Sir, is Kanchan Mishra presenting?
Kanchan, you please. अच्छा, चलो, let's hear Kanchan now. Kanchan.
सर जरा कोऑर्डिनेट मैं जरा वो देख गया हूँ.
Kanchan, you're there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please start. Chirag, you will be next.
Turn off the camera.
हाँ तो वही कहते हैं. मोबाइल से ऊपर आ रहा है.
Sir, is my screen is visible?
Yes, but you'll have to tilt it.
Okay, you will present your paper. Start.
It's you have to tilt it. It's coming upside down.
मैम मैं स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं कर पा रही. करिश्मा मैम मुझे स्क्रीन शेयर करने का तो उसकी जरूरत है मेरे पास है. मैं शो कर दूंगी.
Kanchan, your screen is like, from top to bottom. It's like this. You'll have to make it horizontal.
उसको कर देना. शेयर करो आप.
Okay, please go ahead. Kanchan, yes, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, respected dignitaries, jury members, organizers, and my lovely audience. My name is Kanchan Mishra. I am BCA first sem student, and I am here going to initiate and present the topic assessment and evaluation of online training. Online learning is a pivotal tool for new generation delivered through diverse internet platforms. Online education spans various academic levels, including associate, bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees. I'm going to tell you about its means, its flexibility, its accessibility, its history in the modern era. And I'm also going to tell you about its role in India. Esteemed institutions like IIT Mumbai, IGNOU, and Tamil Nadu Open University offer diverse online courses. So I am going to tell you about all this. So here we go for the introduction part.
Kanchan, you have to be a little bit loud.
Okay, sir. It's a computer-based training, web-based training internet-based training, online training, e-learning, m-learning, computer-aided distance education. Online education goes by many names, as I have mentioned here, and comes in a variety of styles. But its core, online education is electronically supported learning that relies on internet and teacher and student interaction and the distribution of class materials. As a global pandemic, COVID-19 has prompted social isolation. It has made it obligatory for people to sit indoors, and we all know very well that inactive indoors can cause mental stress or mental tension. As a result, online learning or e-learning is the best way or is the significant way to come out from them. During this pandemic, online learning is the most effective solution. Teachers can use virtual classroom to teach from home and have access to all of the essential equipments in the making online session just as productive as in-person session. The platforms which were using for the online sessions like Zoom app, Google Meet app, like this. Now I'm going to move towards its history. So in 1928, an ad for lessons, weekly correspondence appeared in Boston paper. By the 19th century, the advance in the postal service allowed established university to offer distance learning degrees through the exchange of mail. When TV became a normal part of American household, the FFC, Federal Communication Commission, assigned specific public broadcasting frequencies that were required to provide educational content. College credit for courses delivered via TV was first offered in 1951 by the City College of Chicago. As 1982, educational tend to initially as new technologies as an extension of their traditional classroom. So the computer became part of learning through computer assisted learning centers. It was 1994, the first fully online courses emerged. Students participated in discussion, projects, and lectures entirely through the computer. Course management systems such as Blackboard, WebCT entered the picture in 1997. The ease of using such systems has allowed every college to offer online courses. So here are some reasons for the growth in online learning: access, efficiency, stability, cost, technology. At least 60% of internet users have indulged in online learning. This is because they can comfortably do it at their comfort, at their any time or any place. 80% of companies and 50% of institutional students have used an e-learning platform. So here are some types of online learning. First one is synchronous e-learning. In this type of learning, communication between the participating individuals occur instantly and the participants can access the information at the same time. Some of the examples of synchronous e-learning include virtual classroom or video audio conferencing and real-time chat. One of the major attributes of synchronous e-learning is that it offers instant feedback of the participants' performance. Moving to the next type, asynchronous e-learning. It is also known as store and forward e-learning, wherein the communication between the participants does not occur instantaneously. It offers convenience, accessibility, and that much desired self-paced learning. However, one of the major disadvantages of asynchronous e-learning is that a student may feel isolated or less motivated because in this process, there is no opportunity for real-time interaction with other participants. It does not offer instant feedback on the student performance. Hence, any modification or justification to training, if needed, can be done only after the completion of entire evolution. Now, the last one is blended learning. It is referred as mixed mode of learning, a blend of conventional face-to-face lectures, workshops, and tutorials with learning online through activities like emailing, discussing through discussion boards, test, quiz, and announcements. In this type of learning, students receive their feedback from online quiz and test, which helps them to identify their loopholes and ways to fill them. Almost all the reputed online institutes offer blended learning for the overall benefits of the learning communities. So, I would like to end my word by saying a beautiful line or the philosophy that I implement in my life in Sanskrit, that is Alasyam hi Manushanam Sarirastho Mahan Ripu Nastyudya Masamo Bandhu Kritva Yam Navsidati, which means laziness is the greatest enemy of your. It is the greatest enemy of your success, of your achievements. And there is no other friend like your hard work. It will bring success to you. It will help you to achieve your career. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Thank you, Kanchan, for wonderful presentation.
One.
The next author is
Wait. Kanchan,
Yes, sir.
your presentation was good,
Thank you, sir.
but you'll have to put in some facts and figures. Research without facts and figures, tables, it's not too much. So, and the other thing is, I saw you're using smiley. You cannot use
Yes, sir.
smiley on the PowerPoint. Otherwise, your paper was good. Huh?
Okay, sir.
Good work.
our next author is Chirag Sharma. Their paper ID is AEACDS 37.
Chirag Sharma, please share
Yes,
your
ma'am.
screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will doing it. Sir, is my screen visible? Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sure. Sir, allow me to introduce ourselves. I am Chirag Sharma and my two co-authors, Bhaskar Singh and C.S. Savita. I am here to present our research topic, how to develop efficient calculation software using if else in C. So the objective of this research was to, I was searching for my first project, what should I make in C? Then I thought of I should make a calculator, basic calculator that everyone uses. So I went to internet and searched for, but there was no calculator in C. There was a design of calculator in C which was using switch case, but it only adds up to 2 or 3 dates and not like you can add 20, 30 or what in any number of dates. There was only an option to add two numbers, right? So I thought I should make a calculator using if else that does not use later. So, right. So my friend Bhaskar will introduce it to you.
Thank you, Chirag. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bhaskar. Now, moving to my topic. When we think of a program, the first thing that springs to our mind is its structure, isn't it? To ensure clarity, We have divided the program into 4 distinct parts. Let's delve into the first part, user welcome. This segment initiates by displaying a warm welcome message to the user followed by a prompt to input a lowercase letter n. Once the user successfully provides the input, instructions for the calculator are presented. Thank you. Now here my friend Abhita will continue this.
Thank you so much, Bhaskar. Good afternoon to everyone. Moving on the next part, we encounter operator selection. In this phase, as the user is promoted to the select and input their desired operator. Upon a successful input, the program executes the chosen operator. There are 4 operators that are responsible for handling the calculation here, namely addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So, other than division, we actually have another function. Now, my friend is here to explain you that.
So there are 4 addition, as my friend said, 4 types of operators: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. But there is a fifth feature that our calculator provides, and that is the use of parentheses. In your regular mathematics, parentheses serves as a separate block where you perform a calculation. Same as here, but there's a little difference. Here, our parenthesis works as a rough work area for your calculations. Like you wish to add a multiplication, a result of, for example, 6 multiplied by 5 into your previous ongoing calculation. But here you have to first do it in parentheses. 5 into 6 equals to 30, and then put it in your calculation. Now let me show you how our calculator actually works. For our calculator here, I have used the code editor and compiler, namely Replit. Let's just went. Right, so this is my code. Right, here's the window of our calculator. Are you able to view the calculator?
I am seeing that it says the code editor and compiler uses this one.
Is it visible now?
Yes, yes, please.
So this is the window of my calculator, the welcome screen. So as my friend Bhaskar introduced, this is the user welcome section where it will prompt you a welcome message and ask you to type letter N. Upon entering letter N, it will guide you to another screen, that is user instructions. Here all the instructions for addition, subtraction, multiplication, to exit the program or to reset the calculation are provided. Upon again entering the letter N, you will be guided to a new screen that will prompt you to enter a digit. You can choose any of the digits, let's say 8 here. Yeah, yes, here. So it will prompt you to select the operator. Let's just choose addition. Here it is asking you to enter a digit to add. Let's just add a digit. For example, 8 plus 9, it's showing the exact result 17. It supports up to 2 decimal digits for precision. Right, if you just enter let's subtract something. When we entered the letter addition operator, it showed us
Operator mute कर
enter
लो
the digit
आपकी.
to add. But upon entering a negative sign or the subtract operator, it is showing us enter the digit to subtract.
Conclude your presentation in 2 minutes. Shram,
Yes,
conclude
yes,
your presentation within 2 minutes.
yes, ma'am, sure.
Okay.
It is showing subtract option. Right. So if we just subtract something, let's say 10 here. So our calculator is working very efficiently. And as you have seen in the instructions, upon entering E, the calculator will end its calculations. You will exit out of the program. Right. So let's move on to our next topic, results. So as you have seen, our calculator is efficient and is every arithmetic operation or every function is working very efficiently, right? Without any use of loops or you know, we have only used if else for recursions. But as you know, we have only used if else in this for controlling the flow of functions. It sure has its own limitations. That is basically first is error handling. If your user enters any other date, if sometimes their users make mistakes, and if in section of date user enters any operator, the system or the program would not know what to do, right? So it would show an error. Limited functions. Its functions currently are only limited to the 4 basic arithmetic operators, but we will soon expand it, right? Negative integers. It does not support negative integers. If you try to multiply or add your date with any negative integer, it would show an error. And its biggest limitation is its UI interface. As C language doesn't support graphics, it is based on character user interface. So it interacts very less with the user. For future updates, we will.
Chirag, please conclude your presentation.
For the conclusion, using if else for control flow is very efficient, though it's has its own limitations. That was it. Thank you for viewing.
Thank you, Chirag, for your wonderful presentation. Our next author is Nisha Chaudhary. Their paper ID is AEACDS 17.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Okay, the topic of my research paper is approach-based analysis of machine learning algorithms. Hello, everyone. My name is Nisha Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Computer Science Department, Agrawal College, Maharishi Dayanand University. So first of all, I would like to introduce I will give brief introduction about my research paper, which I have made on the topics artificial intelligence and machine learning. So first of all, artificial intelligence refers to the machine that mimic human intelligence. In other words, it is a science that tries to create system that can reason and learn like human do, as well as learn from experiences, identify problems in specific scenario, verify information, and carrying out logical activities. So basically, artificial intelligence and machine learning are used interchangeably, and they are used for intelligent system. Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence that enables computer to learn from data without expliciting training. The goal of AI, a broad concept, is create intelligent computers that can mimic human thoughts, process, and conduct. As a result, AI refers to a computer-assisted decision-making system that makes decisions independently and learn from experiences. So machine learning, it is basically a study in AI aims to make a computer understand and connect information the way a human being would. So it uses models that can produce precise forecasting that are valuable to a business. So when anticipating the livelihood of a particular outcome, and such as whether or not a customer would stop using a product or service, prediction is the output of a machine learning algorithm that has been trained on historical data and applied to a current data. So there are various types of ML algorithms. First one is reinforcement learning, supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning, and there are various types in supervised machine learning. They are classification and regression, and in unsupervised machine learning, we use clustering, association, and semi-supervised machine learning. So various considerations to be pondered during choosing a machine algorithm is size of the training data, accuracy and or interpretability of the output, speed or training time, linearity, and number of features. So we will discuss briefly about all these considerations. First of all, I will talk about the size of the training data. To achieve solid predictions, it is normally recommended to collect a wide range of data. However, the data availability is frequently a limitation. As a result, whether the training data is smaller or the data set contains fewer observations but more features, such as genetics or textual data, the algorithm is chosen accordingly. Second one is accuracy and interpretability of the output. The accuracy of a model is defined as the function's ability to predict a response value for a given observation that is near to genuine response values. Third point that is required to be considered is speed or training time, and it is directly proportional to accuracy. So higher will be training time, higher will be the accuracy. And linearity, now we will talk about the linearity. If the data can be divided by a straight line resulting in the formation of classes, this is known as linear data. Otherwise, non-linear data exists when classes cannot be separated. And number of features are, there could be a lot of features in the data set, but not all of them are useful and significant. These characteristics differs based on the type, such as genetics or textual data. So analysis of machine learning algorithms, and a number of ML algorithms have been proposed. Sometimes the Navy user get confused choosing the relevant algorithm, and effort has been done in the direction to approach the machine learning algorithms on the basis of two criteria. First one is the grouping of algorithms by their learning styles and the grouping of algorithms by their similarity in the form of a function. So now I would like to conclude my paper. The paper discusses various machine learning algorithms with the help of two approaches, that is learning style and similarities of a function. In the first approach, algorithms are grouped in broad categories, that is supervised, unsupervised, as well as semi-supervised. As far as second approach is concerned, algorithms are grouped by similarity in terms of their functions. This approach can be expedient grouping methods. However, it is not ideal. So some algorithms can be fit in multiple categories. Such algorithms can be chosen from a group of people who are subjectively the best fit. And the future scope, the machine learning methods can be studied on other aspects. One of the most important aspect is nature of data. The data can be numerical data, categorical data, and mixed data. In the next research, the machine learning methods will be covered on behalf of nature of data. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation, Isha ma'am. Now our next author is
Kapil Singh. The paper ID is AEACDS 23.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Kapil Singh, and I am student of class BCA first year. So my topic is computer network acquiring global world. So I will start off abstract. So let's move to next slide. Hello. Good. Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Kapil Singh, and I am BC first year. And my topic is computer networking acquiring global world. So I will start abstract. Computer networks. Computer networks are a system of interconnect computers from the purpose of sharing digital informations. So I will let's move to next slide. Introduction. A computer network or data network is a telecommunication network that allows computers to exchange data. In computer network computing device pass data to each other along data connect. Computer networks support applications such as access to the World Wide Web, shared use of applications and stores, server, printers, and fax machine, and use of email and instant messaging applications. Computer networks differ in the physical media used to transmit their signals that communications protocols to organize networks traffic, the network size topology and organization instant. The advanced research paper argues submitted the proposal for the project on June 3, 1968, which was approved a few years later. So I will let's move next slide introductions. This proposed entirely research hearing computer networks would allow APRA not only the further sharing of their data but would allow them to further their research in web versatility and satisfy fields. So move to next slide. Protocols of computer network facilities communications using a network. People can communication effectively and easy via email, instant messaging, classroom or chats room or telephone calls and video conference. So let's move next slide. Facilities interpersonal communications. People can communicate effectively and easy via emails, instant messaging, chat rooms, telephone calls, and video conferencing. So let's move to next slide. Allow share of files, data, and other type of informations. Algorithms use may access information stored on their other computers on network. Providing access to information on shared storage device is an important feature of many networks.
Javed, please conclude your presentation within 2 minutes.
via network security. Who does network security works because small and medium sized business often lack that IT resource of large companies. That means your network security may not be suffered. We suffer to protect your business from today facilitated internet threats. So move to next slide. Constant. While the age old concept of the network is found fundamental in wireless all areas of societies, computer network and protocols have forever changed the way humans will work, play, and communications. New protocols and standards will emergency, new applications will be concovered, and our lives will be further change and exchange. While the new will on be better, the major of digital networks current technologies are not cutting edges, but are the protocols and digital networks
Thank you
is
so much
the
for wonderful presentation. Now, the next author is Aman Shukla. Please share your screen.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Aman Shukla. Today I am presenting my.
Open your camera.
Wait a minute. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, my name is Aman Shukla. Today I am here to present my research paper on the topic of fog and cloud synergies for cutting-edge IoT solution. One second. So first of all, why fog computing is important? Because it has more scope in AI integration and 5G connectivity. Because fog computing is more closer to the real everyday user as compared to the cloud computing. That is why it is better in future, and it has edge to cloud transcription better than the basic cloud computing.
Nepal ji, that's my friend, Nepal ji.
Now we will talk about fog computing architecture, which basically includes edge devices, which are the real everyday devices which we use like mobile phones, sensors, cameras, routers, in our Wi-Fi routers, and fog nodes, which are integrated with cloud integration, which is much faster than directly using cloud as your storage data devices because it is in the middle of the cloud and edge devices. That is why it is called fog. What's the difference between edge computing and fog computing? Edge computing are the devices which are directly in your hard disk, like your data storage, which are directly in your stored in your device. And fog computing are above that, where you can store the important information which you don't need in your phone, but they are not very much important to be stored directly over the cloud. Fog computing basically decide which data needs to be stored on the cloud permanently and which data needs to be stored temporarily, which helps to increase speed and timing and storage. Security consideration in fog computing. Data privacy, as it is secured with private, as it is directly connected to you, so you can have all the authentication access control of your data. And it has secure communication because it is not as vast as cloud, so you have more control over your personal data as compared to cloud. What are its advantages? Fog computing reduces latency by speed. Processing data edge directly over the fog initiates the need for the transferring large amounts of data to cloud, which is cost efficiently and saves time and storage. Fog computing enhances security by keeping sensitive data, which are not so important to store over cloud. What are some real world application of fog computing? It is used in smart cities, in gate sensors, traffic lighting, and environmental You can lock your car from home using fog computing. You can control your car devices, anything from your home. It's like a cloud on your home. It has industrial applications like real-time monitoring, predictive maintenance, and healthcare. In healthcare facilities, fog computing enables remote patient monitoring, real-time data analysis, and secure health management much efficiently and much fastly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aman Sukla. Now, the next author is Moksha. Are you in the meeting? Please share your screen.
So, good afternoon, everyone. This is Moksha Maheshwari in front of you, and I am BCS student from IPM College, and I am here to present my research paper that is on the topic AI for road safety. So, first, let us take glance on abstract. AI for road safety systems play a vital role in revolutionizing various domains, including autonomous driving, healthcare, and recommendation systems. Second point is this abstract provides an overview of the utilization of HPC systems in these critical applications, highlighting their significance and impact. HPC systems enable rapid data processing, intricate environment modeling, and real-time decision support, ensuring and safety and efficiency of autonomous vehicles. Healthcare decision support systems, HPC systems, have transformed healthcare by enhancing the speed and accuracy of diagnostics, treatment, planning, and patient care. Let's move towards the next slide. Importance of AI for road safety system. First point is preserving human life. The most critical aspect of AI for road safety systems is the preservation of human life. Second, public health impact. AI for road safety systems have a significant impact on public health. Economic consequences. AI for road safety have far-reaching economic consequences, enhancing quality of life. AI for road safety systems contributes to an improved quality of life for individuals and communities. Third, sustainable development. AI for road safety aligns with the goals of sustainable development. Social equity. AI for road safety plays a crucial role in promoting social equity. Legal and ethical responsibility. Governments and authorities have a legal and ethical responsibility to protect their citizens. Let's move toward the next slide. Data about for Data about AI for road safety systems. Long-term consequences. Survivors of AI for road safety often suffers long-term physical, emotional, and psychological consequences. Prevention strategies. Effective AI for road safety strategies can significantly reduce the number of accidents and their impact. Sustainable Development Goals. AI for road safety systems is recognized as an essential component of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide. AI for road safety in India, statistics and facts. Injuries and fatalities on the road. Ways to reduce AI for road safety. Predictive analytics. Yeah. Data collection. Predictive analytics begin with the collection of relevant data for various sources. Data pre-processing. Once the data is collected, it undergoes pre-processing steps to ensure its quality and suitability for analysis. Feature selection and engineering. In predictive analytics, relevant features or variables that have a significant impact on the outcome are selected or engineered. Model development. Predictive models are built using statistical techniques, machine learning algorithms, or AI models. So the conclusion is that, in conclusion, the scope of artificial intelligence in AI for road safety is vast and hold tremendous potential for revolutionizing transportation systems and improving overall safety on the roads. AI technologies combined with machine learning algorithms offer a range of applications that can enhance traffic management, assist drivers, predict and prevent accidents, and improve incident management. Intelligent traffic management powered by AI and ML can optimize traffic flow, reduce congestion, and dynamically reroute vehicles, leading to smoother traffic patterns and reduce accident risks. Thank you all.
Is Kanika and Preeti. Are you in the meeting? Please share your screen. Are you in the meeting? हाँ, कनिका and प्रीति है.
सर स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं हो रही है.
Check your connections.
Best of luck.
Please wait. Please wait.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I am Preeti Chaudhary.
And I'm Kanika.
Today, I will presenting my result of the research paper, and the topic is human media interaction. Ma'am, next slide.
So the abstract of this research paper is human media interaction is a subject to several variables that directly or indirectly affect the quality of human relations. Such variables does uniformly affect all individuals in the same thing, like family relations and many more things, have been identified to be primary influence of human interaction, and most individual acts Sorry for the inconvenience. So let's move on the next slide, which is introduction. So the human and media interaction is very common in nowadays. Human interact with computer in many ways, and the interface between two is crucial to facilitating the interaction. SCI is as sometimes team human machine interaction, man machine interaction, and the computer and human interaction. Ma'am, next slide. नहीं नहीं नहीं.
Ma'am, next slide. The HCI, what is HCI? Observation of interaction between pupils and computers. Find examination paper, viva, and library web. We can analyze of the involved interactions. All other steps involved are necessary. Ma'am, next slide. Why the HCI? Human-computer interaction is needed. Computers are cheap and used by the non-technical pupils. And computer software manufacturing have noticed the importance of computer. It is a user-friendly computers for every peoples to use. Next. Ma'am, next slide. These are the scopes. Here, three scopes: human, computer, and development. Human psychology and psychology except computers. There are two computers types: hardware and software. Development in designing, implementation, and evaluations. Ma'am, next slide. बोल तो दिया, next slide. Ma'am, next slide.
Preeti, you are not audible.
In this, we have HCI goals, and the goals are safety, utility, effectiveness, efficiency, usability, and apparel. And the last is the conclusion. If we use HCI in a right way, so we can learn about the universal. But if we using in a wrong path, we renew our entire lives and damage our such things. Thank you.
Very knowledgeable. The next.
कौन तो करने दोगे तुम एकदम से थोड़ा फ्लो रखो
Thank you, Preeti. Thanks, Preeti Chaudhary and Karinga for wonderful presentation. Now, next author is Karina and Neetam Yadav. Karina, share your screen.
Hello, I'm audible.
Continue and share.
Hello.
Not share, Karina. Karina, share your screen.
अभी यार
Karina, share your screen.
अभिषेक नहीं हो रही
कभी भी कोई प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहा हो या कोई स्टेज पे परफॉर्म कर रहा हो बीच में मत रोकना कभी
मैम स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं हो रही
भी करने दो हमेशा ध्यान रखना ये बिल्कुल मत करना कोई भी आप मेरे साथ दोस्त नहीं
फिनिश करो काम डाउन Kanika, you have some problem?
Yes, sir.
Kanika, you need any help?
Yeah, I want to share my PPT, but I can't
You'll
share.
find it down. It says share your screen. You know, in that window, you'll find share your screen.
Share screen का जो option है.
You find that option, share screen.
Yeah, I find out.
PPT है तुम्हारे पास?
Can you find it? No. Yes, good. Go ahead. What happened? You have some problem?
Google.
हाँ next बोलो लो. तब तक wait कर लेंगे.
You can wait. Okay, we'll put you after somebody. Okay, just wait.
किसने save है?
I think so. There is some technical issues. So next author is Yes Mohan. Mr. Yes Mohan, are you in the meeting?
श्वेता मैम को बोल देती हूँ.
Yes Mohan.
Yes, sir.
Please share your screen, Yash. Good. PowerPoint presentation, share it, share it. Open the PowerPoint presentation and share it.
Sir, Shweta ma'am has shared my presentation.
Okay, please wait, please wait.
पहले आपको बुलाना है.
Can you see now, Yash?
Yes, sir. Good morning to all of you. My name is Yashwant from IPM College, and I am pursuing the BCA. Uh, then I am. Uh, then I explain my research paper on the topic of block diagram of a computer. First of all, question arises: what is computer? Computer is an electronic device for storing and processing data, typically in binary form according to instruction given to it in a variable program. Uh, and now I come to my topic on what is block diagram. Block diagram is a visual representation of a system that uses simple label block that represent single or multiple items, enterprises, or concept connected by lines to show relationship between them. Now I come to now move on the next slide. Ma'am, please move on the next slide. Ma'am, please move on the next slide.
Yash, please speak.
Sir, please move on the next slide. Ma'am, please move on the next slide.
Please, Yashwan, show your conclusion page.
Ma'am, please move on the next slide.
Yes, Mohan.
Sir, please move on the next slide to explain my presentation. Uh,
Thank you, Mr. Yasmon. Now, the next author is Assistant Professor Anita Chaudhary. Anita Chaudhary. Please turn off the camera.
Good evening, everyone. This is Anita Singh from Assistant Professor from IPM College, Gujarat. The title of my paper is Wireless Body Area Network, Energy Efficiency and Reliability Management. The outline of research paper is introduction, motivation, objective, clustering approach, the proposed algorithm, energy efficiency, duty cycle, clustering algorithm, energy consumption model, and the flowchart of this model, algorithms, and the algorithm for the data transmission, simulation result, conclusion, and references. The introduction of my topic is WBAN. What is a WBAN? The WBAN is related with wireless body area network, is a subfield of wireless sensor network. The primary target application of the WBAN are the medical healthcare services. The WBAN offers early detection, treatment of diseases, thereby reducing healthcare cost. And wireless body area network that captures separate and quantitative data from the variety of sensors like the temperature of the patient, just like the vitals of regarding the patient, just like temperature, blood pressures, heart rate, and blood sugars, pulse rate, etc. The sensors are placed on the human body or in the outside the body. What is the main role of the sensors? The sensor attached in the human body and outer body, the sensor captures all the reading related with the patients and the record the reading of the patients that give the intimations that patients are in the critical situation or the not. The motivation of these objectives, the nodes is just like the sensors in WBAN required to operate under the strict resource constraint. Impossible to replace the batteries because the batteries are the small capacity to generate and amplify the signals. And frequent recharging procedure is the one of the main obstacles in the WBAN. Porting routing solution from the wireless sensor network to the WBAN is a problematic due to the different network architecture and operating conditions. The energy efficient scheduling algorithm based on the should be designed specifically for the WBAN's network. The objective of this research paper is energy efficient scheduling algorithm based on the clustering approach should be designed specifically for the WBAN. And next, data transmission algorithm should be designed based on the clusters. Clustering approach. The clustering approach can be classified according to the several criteria, just as the technique of the cluster head selection and methodology of the clustering. The cluster head are responsible for collecting the data for the respective members, performing some data aggregation and forward the meaningful data to the base station. And the data traffic load tend to concentrated at the cluster head, which make the cluster head selection as the essential steps for the further reducing the energy consumption and extending the network lifetime. This is a diagrammatical approach based on the cluster या sensor attached to the human body. The various sensor attached with the humans that collect the significance data or we can say the patient data of the patients that record, and this recording data is directly transferred to the just like the computer or a machine, and all the data transferred to the main medical center servers. Just like in the cluster, we can say in which the main clusters are distributed sense, and the black colored sensors that represent the cluster head. This cluster head collect the data and aggregate to the data and transfer to the base station. Now,
Our algorithm designed for this energy efficient enhanced through due to cycle based on the cluster and wireless body area network. In paper, I have designed the signals transferred based on the duty cycle. The duty cycle is based on the 60% duty cycle of the signals, in which the cluster sleep and awake method of the cluster are used. Because the signals are sleep in this mode, so we can reduce the energy from transfer the signal. That this approach based on the sensitivity of the patient data during the 60% duty cycle. In the proposed protocol, we have used the optimal selection of the cluster as based on the residual energy of the data, 60% duty cycle, and priority level based on the duty sensitivity. And I have designed in the energy consumption model is a mathematical approach used in this. And further, I have designed the algorithm based on the Leach protocol. The Leach protocol is based on the setup phase and study phase. And this is a flow chart. I have described the flow chart and conclude the paper. The flow chart described such as the node of the eye, and I have in this described in the paper the less than 60% duty cycle are the node on in the sleep node. When the awaking node transfer the data, the sleeping node rest in case, then that means कि data transfer जो energy consumption is less for the sleeping node. And then after the selection of the cluster head, the residual energy calculation and calculate energy, then aggregate the data and transfer to the base station. That's round are continue after the all sensors are used in the sense. Now, based on the flow chart, I have designed the algo, and this is I have used a MATLAB tool for the simulation. The various parameters are used in the for simulation. The number of a node I have used in 50, and the sensor distribution area is 100 meter into 100 meter. The 100 meter area described for this from human body to the base station. And initial energy I have used the 0.5 joule, and data packet size 150 bytes. Number of targeted node is a critical node.
Thank you, Anita Singh, for wonderful presentation and very knowledgeable presentation. Now, I want to say thank you, Mr. Kirsten Kansal sir, the convener Mukul Vasani sir, and co-head Naveen Kumar sir, and the Girish Bansal, co-convener Anita Singh, Karishma ma'am, and Sweta ma'am, all the technicals members, and myself, and Anita ma'am as an anchor, and the Sweta Chaudhary, especially the Atul sir. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Atul Sharma to announce the best paper. Please, Atul sir.
आप उसको दूसरे पे लगा दो ना.
I, on the behalf of IPM Group of Institutions, thank you very much for being with us. It was a very lively session, knowledge sharing, and research papers were simply awesome. as everybody knows, the theme of the conference was fourth international conference, e-commerce, computing and data science. Then we had very good speakers, the keynote speakers, which forms the basis of any conference, were very well done. We had, let me name a few of them. We had Dr. Ramesh, we had Dr. Brian, Dr. Laith, Dr. Salem, Dr. Uttam Karki, and Dr. Rahul. So, and in fact, they spent time with us. This was another good thing, and they shared their knowledge and wisdom. So, the next I will just go on to introduce myself, which is also a part of valedictory. I am working with this IPM group of institutions as an assistant professor, and was a part of the team. Okay, so that's about me. And let me just emphasize a little bit on the vision, what we have had in our mind before going to this conference. As we know, research forms the basis of any education institution. So keeping that thing in mind, with the vision of our legendary late Dr. B.S. Goyal, and which is now carried forward by the management, Dr. Sugandha Goyal. It's there, So this is all about the management, and we are just aiming to bring in more research into the academic sector, and in the time to come, you will hear more from us. Okay. So without going ahead, let me just update you that recently we have our college has tied up with a lot of institutions, namely Ghaziabad Management Association, IBM, and also we tied up recently with Jahan University. We are in the process of tying up with Nepal College of Management, which will add one feather to our crown. Going forward, let me tell you the best presenters. Although it was very difficult to classify the best paper, although each and every participant was very good. They did their best, but just to make out, we have classified Dr. Pankaj Kumar, Dr. Pankaj Jain. Okay, his title was Artificial Intelligence in Finance Services. So his paper was considered as a good paper. So we will offer him a certificate, okay, and a copy of the journal. Then second, we had very good paper from Dr. Nisha Chaudhary, approach-based analysis okay, of machine learning algorithm, which was again a good paper. So same goes to her. When I talk about the internal candidates, we had some very good papers internally as well. To name a few, we have decided to have a best paper as Chirag Sharma. His paper was good, and Aman Chopra. So that sums up the valedictory session. I again thank you all on behalf of our institution, and we will meet soon, and I'm going to invite you, all of you, again during the next conference. So please be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atul. I would like to call Mr. Mukul Varshney for vote of thanks.
So thank you, Ajay sir and Anita ma'am. So it's my privilege to give vote of thanks as convener of 4th International E-Conference on Computing and Data Science with the theme Advanced and Emerging Applications in Computing and Data Science, AEACDS 2023. First of all, I want to thank our patrons, Shri Anupam Goyal sir, Secretary, IPM Group of Institutions, Professor Dr. Sugandha Goyal ma'am, Executive Director, IPM Group of Institutions, Professor Avtar Malhotra sir, Director General, IPM Group of Institutions, Dean Academics, Professor Shashank Chaudhary sir, and Head of the Department, Computer Applications, Shri Krishna Kansal sir, for their valuable guidance and support for the organization of this international e-conference. I would like to thank the keynote speakers like Professor Barsky for his valuable keynote talk about flaws in software. He has focused on various issues regarding the airplanes, which is appreciated by most of the speakers. Professor Kataria focuses on research paper writing. Professor Karki and Professor Lake focuses on artificial intelligence and machine learning applications. In addition to that, Professor Salim Hamidi, Vice Chancellor, Jahan University, yes, focuses on data analytics and its applications. And also Professor Batula from MNIT Jaipur give the applications for 5G and networking areas. The conference committee thanks all speakers for their valuable thoughts. In the end, I would like to thank my conference co-convener, Ms. Anita Singh, Assistant Professor, Computer Application Department, Mr. Naveen Kumar, Co-Head, Computer Application Department, Mr. Atul Sharma, Speaker Support Coordination Committee of National and International Speakers, Computer Application Department, Ms. Karishma Shweta Sharma, Shweta Chaudhary for giving all technical support, Mr. Girish Bansal, Mr. Ajay, and Ms. Anita Singh for anchoring and all the convictions that has been done for the conferences, and for support also, who have worked very hard for day and night and helped me to make this conference a successful event. So in the end, I would like to say thank you all, have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to all for making our event successful. Thank you. Thank you all.
Sir,